Alright. Oh, this is very, very, very strange. It's like none of this stuff was just occurring. Again, right before they shut me off. So now there's this strange activity occurring. Now all of a sudden it don't want to be smooth when normally it is, right? We didn't went 6 hours, 2 hours, we didn't went several hours with no problems. Now all of a sudden it's like this, it's choppy. Drop frame rates and all that. Peace, what's up? Oh, it's crazy. It's crazy. There's no issues. Now everything is crazy. But yeah, this is what happens when you fast and when you want to change yourself and all this acts. Like none of this was going on when I was being an absolute fool. None of this was going on. Now all of a sudden, got to go through all these extra loops and hoops. All right, let me try to play the song now, and we'll see what happens. So I'm gonna play the song. We'll see what happens.
You know my city atomic, we radiate them comets. Make the lyrics go supersonic. Shift to the earth, call it plate tectonics. Whoa, beat so astronomic. Yo, trying to grow hydroponic. Both trans, call it nirvanic dose. Griffin and serpent type phonic coast. Deja vu, watch as I cast as juju. King of the heavens, call me Anu. Started with the demons like Rahu. Spear to the left, Ishu. Journey to the planet Nibiru. That conjure man, hoodoo. Clone nigga too like Mewtwo. Deja vu, watch as I cast as juju. King of the heavens, call me Anu. Started with the demons like Rahu. Spear to the left, Ishu. Journey to the planet Nibiru. That conjure man, hoodoo. Clone nigga too like Mewtwo. The bar wound from the tomb. All this darkness I consume. Interference can call on Zoom. Design the mind, I am Canoom. Working them scales, holy as hell. I repel psychic spells. Ringing them bells, throwing them shells. It's clipophic where I dwell. The bar wound from the tomb. All this darkness I consume. Interference can call on Zoom. Design the mind, I am Canoom. Working them scales, holy as hell. I repel psychic spells. Ringing them bells, throwing them shells. It's clipophic where I dwell. Wearing that ring of the genie, surrounded in cloak she can.
Whoa, god damn. I see you, Kelly. I'm stopping the music for that. I see you. Love is a law. Love under will. Do what thou wilt. It's all good. The force cannot be stopped. Well, apparently so. Apparently so. Apparently so. Yeah, I need to change my mood after that. And there's no reason for me to even be tripping after that. See, alright. Because of that, I gotta light my mood now. See, now I gotta get professional and serious. Alright. 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 Alright, I'm with you. Alright. Alright. Alright, I got it. Alright. So I'm gonna make this one special then. I'm gonna make this one special just for that. You wish no, it ain't even about that. See, that's what I'm saying. You see, I don't be asking. You know what I mean? See, I don't be asking people to like the video. See, I don't be asking. Like, I put the little links down there, but I don't be asking. Because it ain't about that. You know what I mean? I'm not doing it for the money. That's the whole thing. You know what I mean? So I don't want people to feel like that. Like, you ain't got to give me a motherfucking thing. I don't even want people to feel like that. That's the whole thing. YouTube is free after all, right? All right, so I don't want people to feel like they're obligated. But again, you know what I mean? This is absolute respect to Cali. It's absolute respect. Oh yeah, let me make you a moderator. I did say that. Wow. Alright. So both of you guys are moderators now. So again, I appreciate everybody, irregardless, whether you give or not. Because it's not about that. I appreciate it regardless. And that's why I say if you don't give, you can just hit the like button. You know what I mean? So it ain't even about nothing. It's not. It's about currency. It's about currency. So the currency is the attention that's given. The currency is the like button, the comments, anything. Like all that's a form of currency, and I appreciate all of that. Every last view, like, comment, anything, any type of energy that you give, because you don't have to. That's the whole thing. It's a million other channels on YouTube. So the fact that you decide to fuck with me, it's always appreciated. It's always appreciated. So, and that's what I want to bring to the forefront. It's not about the money, it's about the currency. I share your content with all the people who can partake in the knowledge. And for that, I thank you. And again, that's why I made you a moderator. That's exactly why I made you. Because again, you keep showing up. You know, just like Cali, you guys keep showing up. So that's just me giving back. So now you can regulate shit. You know what I mean? That's me giving back because I see you. If I see you all the time, the least I can do is give back. So that's what it's all about. So again, I appreciate any form of currency that's given. So I don't want to make anybody feel like I don't appreciate. You know what I mean? Cause I don't want to make it about money. Again, I just understand that I have to go through extra loops and hoops. You know, just to get up here. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to let you guys know that. I see you, Jahari. Salute to you. Salute to you. I see you. I see you. It's ultimate love. Ultimate love. Ultimate love. I appreciate all you guys so much. Because again, I understand it's not just me. I would not be here. I wouldn't, whereas however wise that people think I am, I would not be where I am if it wasn't for you guys. And I just want to make that absolutely clear. This is a collective experience. And this is why I get up and I present whether I don't want to, or again, because it's not about a paycheck. It's about the currency. So the more we understand currency, then we can understand this is why it's necessary to do, right? It's all about the currency that's exchanged, the exchange of currency. So now that we understand that, we can get back to the track. So let me go ahead and get this track out the way and we can get to it. And again, I've been working on this track for the last 2 days. It's taken all my energy. All my energy is went into this music. So let me just give you the reason why I did this current track that you guys have heard little snippets of. The reason I did this is because I know there is no other type of music like this out in the world. Because how could it be? So this is what I'm saying. I'm not saying that I can do anything that someone can't. But everybody has their own niche. Everybody has their own niche. You know, everybody has their own specialty, essentially, right? Everybody has their own specialty. Everybody has their own way of creating their magic, whatever their magic is, right? So when it comes to what I do, and of course not just with the YouTube, but with the music, I'm like, it's only right for me to speak or rhyme in the way I do so that it stimulates those who listen. So now I'm not just playing music, you know, just to party to. We have plenty of that music out in the world now. This is you go into a different trance when you listen to this, and that's why I make this. Because when the words actually are meaningful, I'm not even going to say they're meaningful, they just have depth. Because everybody's not going to catch everything that's said. It's based on what you know, and it's based on how you feel. Anyway, let me stop talking. Let me just play the music and let you guys decide for yourself. All right. And again, it looks like everything is going through well. I had to turn off the VPN, so this is what I'm saying. See, when I had the VPN on, all of a sudden it's all over the place, right? When I had the VPN on, I can't even. I'm like, yeah, I know what this is about. As soon as I turn the VPN off, it's all good. It's crazy. It's crazy. Let's go though. Let me play this music. Here we go.
You know my city atomic, we radiate them comets. Make the lyrics go supersonic. Shift to the earth, call it plate tectonics. Whoa, beat so astronomic. Yo, trying to grow hydroponic. Both trans, call it nirvanic dose. Griffin and serpent type phonic coast. Deja vu, vu. Watch as I cast his juju. King of the heavens, call me Anu. Started with the demons like Rahu. Spear to the left, Ishu. Journey to the planet Nibiru. That conjure man, hoodoo. Clone nigga two like Mewtwo. Deja vu, vu. Watch as I cast his juju. King of the heavens, call me Anu. Started with the demons like Rahu. Spear to the left, Ishu. Journey to the planet Nibiru. That conjure man, hoodoo. Clone nigga two like Mewtwo. The bar wound from the tomb. All this darkness I consume. Interference can call on Zoom. Design of mine, I am Canoom. Working them scales, holy as hell. I repel, psychic spells. Ringing them bells, throwing them shells. It's clipophic where I dwell. The bar wound from the tomb. All this darkness I consume. Interference can call on Zoom. Design of mine, I am Canoom. Working them scales, holy as hell. I repel, psychic spells. Ringing them bells, throwing them shells. It's clipophic where I dwell. Wearing that ring of the genie. Surrounded in cloaks you can't see thee. That 93, my philosophy. Them in the stars of geography. I'm invoking them sacred names. Level my mental reversing planes. Infamous, fuck all that clout and fame. The Kiyama, I set the whole world aflame. Captain soul, I transcend with my energy. Noah's Ark and I speak metaphysically. Underworld, you know who that ruler be. Hello Cyrus, I resurrect sexually. Others listen, the chosen receive it. That's because their true soul is vampiric. Way before Vedic, Dravidic. Look at that, that's a satiric. Pray to holy creams like the Sufis. Grab the pen, I'm scribing on loose sleeves. As I chief, I advance in the far deep. Call the spirits that rose from the concrete. Christ heard it through like a Gnostic. Lay my true eyes on the prophets. Don't separate, we composite. Aeon of the Gothics. The demisphere, I illuminate. That scholarship, I sophisticate. I step foot towards the middle gate. I alternate between conscious states. Found victory while in the Zack. Couple magic swords, put some druid hats. That holy cat with the candle wax. The myth, the bat, hidden in our rap. The bar wound from the tomb. All this darkness I consume. Interference can call on Zoom. Design of mine, I am Canoom. Working them scales, holy as hell. I repel, psychic spells. Ringing them bells, throwing them shells. It's clipophic where I dwell. Deja vu, vu. Watch as I cast his juju. King of the heavens, call me Anu. Started with the demons like Rahu. Spear to the left, Ishu. Journey to the planet Nibiru. That conjure man, hoodoo. Clone nigga two like Mewtwo.
There it is. Yeah, no games. Absolutely, yeah. I know you guys have never heard nothing like that. I guarantee it. You gotta earn that. But you guys already know, right? But that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to advance the game, right? So that's my contribution to the game. So that it can, with drill music, all you hear about is death and violence, right? I didn't, not one violent bar. I didn't spill not one drop of blood in them lyrics. Not one violent bar, not one drop of blood. But it still has that vibe. It still has that grit, right? I'm gonna play it again. I'm gonna play the motherfucker again. Yeah, I'm mixing it myself. So yeah. Everything I did myself. That's why I be taking so long. I did it all myself. So, of course, it's not going to sound like a professional. You know what I mean? It costs crazy amounts. The professional master ain't doing all that. So all this is underground, straight out the garage, basically. What's up, Mary? Oh yeah. Let me make you a moderator too. 1 second here. See if I can do it. 1 second. Alright, I'm gonna play this motherfucker again. And again, normally, for whatever reason, now my iPad does not want to connect to the computer, so I have to use the iPhone, right? So the iPad is right here. But for whatever reason, it don't want to show. So that's why I have the phone here. And, normally I wouldn't even show my home screen, but you know what I mean? But you guys deserve it now, so you see all my apps and all that shit. I ain't even tripping on it. You gotta see everything. Let me play the song again. I ain't even worried about it. 93 till infinity. See, that's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. So everybody who fuck with that 93, you know what I mean? It's ultimate love to you. I have a special place in my heart for you. I have a special place in my heart. Because I know like most people would never get that just because of the history of it. Let me play it again. Then we'll get into it. And again, I'm gonna change my mood. I'm gonna, get into knowledge mode and we'll get into it. So we're just having a little introduction. I just wanted to make sure that everything was good. So the connection is good from what I'm seeing. Hopefully. I have no idea what just happened to the chat. Give me 1 second. Yeah, let me run it back. Even though the chat just disappeared, I don't know what's going on. There it go. Okay, there it is. I have no idea. The chat is acting very strange right now. Not the people in the chat, but the application I'm using. Anyway, let me run this track back while I figure this out.
You know my city atomic, we radiate them comets. Make the lyrics go supersonic. Shift to the earth, call it plate tectonics. Whoa, beat so astronomic. Yo, trying to grow hydroponic. Both trans, call it nirvanic dose. Griffin and serpent typhonic coast. Deja vu, watch as I cast his juju. King of the heavens, call me Anu. Started with the demons like Rahu. Spear to the left, Ishu. Journey to the planet Nibiru. That conjure man, hoodoo. Clone nigga two like Mewtwo. Deja vu, watch as I cast his juju. King of the heavens, call me Anu. Started with the demons like Rahu. Spear to the left, Ishu. Journey to the planet Nibiru. That conjure man, hoodoo. Clone nigga two like Mewtwo. The bar wound from the tomb. All this darkness I consume. Interference can call on Zoom. Design of mine, I am canoe. Working them scales, holy as hell. I repel, psychic spells. Ringing them bells, throwing them shells. It's clipophic where I dwell. The bar wound from the tomb. All this darkness I consume. Interference can call on Zoom. Design of mine, I am canoe. Working them scales, holy as hell. I repel, psychic spells. Ringing them bells, throwing them shells. It's clipophic where I dwell. Wearing that ring of the genie. Surrounded in cloaks you can't see thee. That 93, my philosophy. Them inner stars of geography. I'm invoking them sacred names. Level my mental, reversing planes. Infamous, fuck all that clout and fame. The Kiyama, I set the whole world aflame. Captive soul, I transcend with my energy. Noah's Ark and I speak metaphysically. Underworld, you know who that ruler be. Hello Cyrus, I resurrect sexually. Others listen, the chosen receive it. That's because their true soul is vampiric. Way before Vedic, Dravidic. Look at that, that's a satiric. Pray to holy creams like the Sufis. Grab the pen, I'm scribing on loose sleeves. As I G5 advance in the far deep. Call the spirits that rose from the concrete. Christ 33 like a Gnostic. Lay my true eyes on the prophets. Don't separate, we composite. Aeon of the Gothics. The demisphere, I illuminate. That scholarship, I sophisticate. I step foot towards the middle gate. I alternate between conscious state. Found victory while in the Zac. Couple magic swords, put some druid hats. That holy cat with the candle wax. The myth, the bat, hidden in our rap. The bar wound from the tomb. All this darkness I consume. Interference can call on Zoom. Design of mine, I am canoe. Working them scales, holy as hell. I repel, psychic spells. Ringing them bells, throwing them shells. It's clipophic where I dwell. Deja Watch as I cast his juju. King of the heavens, call me Anu. Started with the demons like Rahu. Spear to the left, Ishu. Journey to the planet Nibiru. That conjure man, the hoodoo. Clone nigga two like Mewtwo.
Yeah. All right. I appreciate everybody for showing love. I appreciate that. It's really for y'all. Anyway, honestly, if we gonna keep it real, it's really for y'all. Cause y'all will be the only ones in the entire universe who hear it. Cause again, I'm not making it public. And I probably won't make my music public just to keep it exclusive. So if you ain't here, then nobody will ever hear it. Of course, unless somebody record it and, share it with somebody. But other than that, it's gonna be underground. Yeah, that'll be something you will never hear that mainstream. You will never hear that on mainstream. Even though we feel like, are we not advanced enough in hip hop to rap like that? Of course. But the mainstream will not allow that. So that will never be heard on the mainstream. But the reason I have this little numerology calculator in front of us, I just want to type in Thelema. Because if we type in Thelema, we see that it breaks down to a number 1, which is the energy of the sun, right? If you know Egypt, we know it's the home of the so-called sun worshippers, right? The Aten, for those who understand Akhenaten, the Aten is the sun god. Akhenaten was the first to create a monotheistic religion, because as we know, get my words again, I'm fasting, so I was about to say something completely different. Egypt, when it comes to their sun worship in Akhenaten went completely left, because obviously we know that Egypt has many gods and goddesses, but when Akhenaten ruled for 13 years, he created a monotheistic religion. So essentially everybody had to worship the Aten. However, the only people that actually embraced that idea was the so-called elites and those who were comfortable in life. The underground did not embrace that, because that was their whole livelihood. Their whole livelihood revolved around those temples, the building of the temple, the maintenance of the temple. You had to employ priests and priestesses, so on and so forth. So that was the whole economy. It revolved around religion, the polytheistic religion. That was the whole economy. So when Akhenaten came along and put a stop to all that, you can say it was 13 years of suffrage, for the, again, I don't want to say the common people. I don't want to be disrespectful, but for everyone else. So that's why Akhenaten was only the ruler for 13 years. And then that's when King Tut came. For those, we all should know about King Tut, the child emperor, so on and so forth, right? And then he, put everything back like it was, so on and so forth. But they didn't just try to put everything back. Excuse me. They tried to delete Akhenaten from history completely, to the point where they didn't even want anyone else to know that he existed at all. So that was another thing. So not only did, once his rulership was over, then that's what it is. So they tried to completely delete him from history. That was their goal, right? And again, that's why I don't really deal with the ancient Egypt. Even though I got an Egyptian name and all that, that's why I deal with Thelema, which is more how they thought, not their religion. That's why I don't even deal with that. So I guarantee most people who come in the Egyptian name, they're not dealing with Thelema. I can guarantee that with my life. They are not dealing with Thelema. They're still dealing with some ancient system. They're not dealing with Thelema, which came through in 1904 in Egypt. For those who are already familiar with the story. So Crowley had to travel to Egypt to get Thelema. So He didn't make this up in his own mind. For those who may be thinking this wasn't just something made up in somebody's mind. This was a deliverance. And again, I already read the book of the law. Well, chapter 1 at least. It'll be a little more challenging to read chapter 2 and 3 because it's a lot more ruthless. So for those who see me read chapter 1 of the book of the law, that is the nicest chapter. Once you get into 2 and 3, it gets a lot more ruthless because now that's the masculine side, because we know chapter 1 is about Nuit, the goddess Nuit. So of course, she's going to want you to, be pleasurable, to wear fine jewelry, fine clothes, and all these things, all the things that we read in chapter 1. But once we get into chapter 2 and 3, now it's a little bit different. And I actually should pull it up just so you guys know what I'm talking about. But again, that'll be in just a second. Right? Chapter 2 deals with Hadid. So chapter 1 is Nuit, then chapter 2 is Hadid. Right? Oh, what's the name of the track? The name of the track is called Deja Vu. So that's the name of the track. Do I have a physical copy of the book of the law? No, I do not have a physical copy. And there's good reason I didn't, because again, do I really want to say this? For those who have read the book of the law, it actually says that you actually shouldn't have a copy of it. But let me show you. Don't take my word for it. Let me actually show you. At the end of the book, for those who have read it, at the end of it, it says you actually shouldn't have a copy of this. You should actually burn it. Not to discourage people from actually having a physical copy. That's not to discourage anybody. But no, I don't have a physical copy for that reason. God forbid somebody actually finds that, right? Who shouldn't be looking at that. Because again, if you just read chapter 1, it's like, okay, well, what's the big deal? No, if I get into chapter 2 and 3, then you would know exactly why. You don't want nobody else's eyes on that. You do not know. They don't need to peek in that. If they not with the 93, they don't need to read that at all. And again, that's why I read it here. It's the only reason I read it here. Because you guys understand. But again, let me show you. So let me actually open up the book of the law and I'll show you guys. So yes, don't take my word for it. Let me actually show you what it says here so you guys can have the actual literature. So give me 1 second. I'll pull it up right now. There you exactly. Destroy the physical copy after the first reading. Exactly. There you go. But let me actually show for you guys that haven't seen that. Let me actually open this up. So give me 1 second. Let me find it and I'll put it right on the screen. I'll put it right on the screen. And I just took it off because again, I don't want anything inappropriate showing. Because I have all type of erotic art, ancient erotic art and all that, with Kali and Shiva. I have all type of art. So we don't have to deal with all that. So let me again, unless you guys just want to see it. But let me go to the book of the law and show you guys what I mean here. And like I said, I don't mind showing it, but it ain't worth the video getting deleted because I want to show an image. Okay. Here we go. So if I stroll all the way down to the end, let me see if I turn it this way. Will it be easier? Hold on. See if it'll be easier to see if I do it like this. Yeah. Alright, well, fuck my face right now. So I want you guys to see this full, so I'm just going to cover my face up and make this full. There we go. Alright. As you can see my little one eye, right? Alright, you can just... Anyway. So if we look here, we see the comment. Let me zoom in. Says the comment there. Let me zoom out, yeah. So what does it say? Do what thou wilt should be the whole of the law. Next line. The study of this book is forbidden. It is wise to destroy this copy after the first reading. Whoever disregards this does so at their own risk and peril. These are most dire. Those who discuss the contents of this book are to be shunned by all as sinners of pestilence. All questions of the law are to be decided only by appeal to my writings, each for himself or herself. There is no law beyond do what thou wilt. Love is the law, love under will, the priest of the princes. All right, so those are the direct quotes. So just to answer the question of do I have a physical copy? So it literally, right at the end of the book, it says, do you really want to take that risk of somebody actually finding that and they're not going to like what they read? This is the thing. They're not going to like what they read. They are not going to like it. They're not going to like it. Peace, peace. I see you, Natasha. Peace, family. They're not going to like it. Let me show you why. I will show you why. Let's go to chapter 2. Let's go to chapter 2. Don't take my word for it. And again, so because of Cali, I'm gonna actually read. I did not even plan on reading this. I didn't plan on reading it, but I'll read it. I will read it. So if we see chapter 2, let us go. Okay, chapter 2. And again, I apologize in advance if I say a word wrong. So if you look like that word don't say. If I make a mistake, I apologize ahead of time. 'Cause some of these words are like old English, so these are not like common tongue, so I may not pronounce it right. So I'm just letting you guys know ahead of time. Actually, if I have any doubts, I'll just use my actual iPad here. So actually, let me do that. So that way we don't even have to go through that. We ain't even got to go through that. So if a word comes up and I'm not sure, I'm just going to type it in and I'm going to have the little robot pronounce the word and I'll pronounce it correctly. So I'll do that. So I'm going to open up the iPad and I'll open up the little Google or whatever. So if I come across anything I don't know, then I'll type it in and that'll be that. So that way we don't even got to go through that. Okay. So let's get to it. Okay, chapter 2. It says, let's see if I can zoom in. See, I don't want to zoom in and it gets too close. Let me see if I can make this a bit bigger. See if I can make it bigger. So you guys can see it all the way. Yeah, I can. Okay, I can actually make it bigger because I want you guys to see all the words here. There we go. There we go. So hopefully you guys can see these words clearer now. Okay, so here we go. It says, "New, the hiding of Hadid. Come, all ye." Hold on, let me turn my voice down a bit. There we go. "Come, all ye, and learn the secret that had not yet been revealed. I Hadid am the complement of Nu, my bride. I am not extended. In Kabs is the name of my house." And again, I'm just going to read it all the way through. We don't have to necessarily break down any of this. See, I'll do another video actually breaking down because I know everybody's not going to understand everything here. But again, it's not meant to be understood initially. You grow into the understanding. See, what makes the book of the law? See, hold on, let me turn this off just for a bit. I want to give a little context here so that it's understood. Now, what I mean by grow into the understanding of what this actually means is these writings are, even though again you can let me do this. Let me do this actually, because you can understand it enough. You may not be able to crack the codes, but you can understand it enough so that again I don't want to do all that. I trust you guys' intelligence. I don't have to treat you guys like children. You guys already know. If you've been listening to me long enough, then you already know. So I'm not going to treat you guys like children. Everybody is grown, so let's get it in. So yeah, I'm not even going to slow it down. And again, we do further analysis at a later date. But I just want to read this chapter 2 so that everybody has an understanding of why this is so forbidden. And this again, we already have a chapter, an understanding of the first chapter. So let's go to the second chapter. And all right, I'm not going to take any more breaks after this. And so we can go. You can definitely see it now. Okay. All right, cool. Okay. There we go. So let's start at the top. Actually, let me take a sip. For ritual, I wasn't even planning on doing this. Let me just take a little sip. Just to get in tune with the spirit, and we'll jump right into it, just for ritual again. Just for ritualistic purposes only. For ritualistic purposes only. I've been sober all day. Like I'm completely sober. Ain't had a joint of weed or anything. Just been completely sober. So this is strictly on my. It's only that's why I was kind of hesitating. It's like the spirit wouldn't even let me read it. The spirit wouldn't like. That's why I was kind of hesitating. I'm like, all right, let me go ahead and let me do it right. So let me show the proper respect, and then we'll get into it. So let me do it now. Oh, goodness. Oh, man. All right, let's go. All right. Wow. All right. New, the hiding of Hadid. Come, all ye, and learn the secret that had not been revealed. I Hadid, in the complement of Nu, my bride. I am not extended, and Cabs is the name of my house. In the spear, I am everywhere, the center, as she, the circumference, is nowhere found. Yet she shall be known, and I never. Yeah, I'm gonna get my ASMR voice. Here's ASMR voice. I may need to whisper this. All right, so I'm gonna get my ASMR voice. Okay. Behold, the rituals of the old time are black. Let the evil ones be cast away. Let the good ones be purged by the prophet. Then shall this knowledge go aright. I am the flame that burns in the heart of every man and woman, and in the core of every star. I am life and the giver of life. Yet, therefore, is the knowledge of me, the knowledge of death. Does that say of death? I don't know what that is, but yes, the knowledge of death. It looks like a little typo. I don't know what that is. OFL. I don't know. That just may be a typo, so we ain't gonna pay too much attention. But the knowledge of death. I just wanted to make sure I'm saying everything properly. Let us continue. I am the magician and the exorcist. I am the axle of the wheel and the cube and the circle. Come unto me is a foolish word, for it is that I go. So if we remember from chapter 1, Nuit says, come unto me. But now Hadid is all about movement. Okay. Who worship Haru Pa Kart? So Karth. Kart. Haru Pa Kart. Or Hippocrat. Right? So, we actually would know Hippocrat. But this is Haru Prakrat. Yes, so Haru Prakrat have worshipped me. Owl. Is that it? Wait a minute. Let me make sure. Yeah, owl. For I am the worshipper. Remember all ye that existence is pure joy, that all the sorrows are but as shadows. They pass and are done. But there is that which remains. O prophet, thou hast our will to learn this writing. I don't know why it says owl here. Again, just old English. I see thee hate the hand and the pen, but I am stronger because of me in thee, which thou knewest not. For why? Because thou wast the knower in me. Now let there be a veiling of this shrine. Now let the light devour men and eat them up with blindness. For I am perfect, being not, and my number is 9 by the fools. But with the just I am 8, and 1 in 8, which is vital. I am none indeed. The empress and the king are not of me, for there is a further secret. I am the empress in the hierophant, thus 11, as my bride is 11. Hear me, ye people of Sidon. The sorrows of pain and regret are left to the dead and the dying. The folk that not know me as yet, these are dead. These fellows, they feel not. We are not for the poor and sad. The lords of the earth are our kinsfolk. Is a God to live in a dog? No, but the highest are of us. They shall rejoice, are chosen, who sorroweth is not of us. Beauty and strength, leaping, laughter, and delicious languor, force and fire are of us. We have nothing with the outcast and the unfit. Let them die in their misery, for they feel not. Compassion is the vice of kings. Stamp down the wretched and the weak. This is the law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Think not, O king, upon that lie, that thou must die. Verily thou shalt not die, but live. Now let it be understood, if the body of the king dissolve, he shall remain in pure ecstasy forever. Nuid hadid ra har cruid, or ra hor cruid. The sun, strength and sight, light, these are for the servants of the star and the snake. I am the snake that giveth knowledge and delight and bright glory and stir the hearts of men with drunkenness. To worship me, take wine and strange drugs, whereof I will tell my prophet, and be drunk therefore or thereof. They shall not harm ye at all. It is a lie. This folly against self, the exposure of innocence, is a lie. Be strong, O man, lust, enjoy all things of sense and rapture. Fear not that any God shall deny these for this. I am alone. There is no God where I am. Behold, these be grave mysteries, for there are also of my friends who be hermits. Now, think not to find them in the forest or in the mountain or on the mountain, but in beds of purple, caressed by magnificent beasts of women with large limbs, and fire and light in their eyes, and masses of flaming hair about them. There shall ye find them. Ye shall see them at rule, at victorious armies, at all the joy, and there shall be in them a joy 1,000,000 times greater than this. less. I have no idea. I think they're trying to say beware. Beware lest any force another. King against king. So basically it's saying don't fight one another. Beware of, people trying to put you against each other. We see that all the time. Every day, all day. Love one another with burning hearts. On the low men trample in the fierce lust of your pride, in the day of your wrath. Ye are against the people, O my chosen. So once again, we're not for the people, only for the chosen. So again, you see, the more I read this, anybody else who would see this, they're not going to like it at all, because it's basically smashing them down. Let us continue. I am the secret serpent coiled about to spring. In my coiling there is joy. If I lift up my head, I and my newt are one. If I droop down mine head and shoot forth venom, then is rapture of the earth, and I and the earth are one. There is great danger in me, for who doth not understand these runes shall make a great miss. He shall fall down into the pit called Because, and there he shall perish with the dogs of reason. Now a curse upon Because and his kin. In other words, there is no because. There's no excuses. But we always hear that from the so-called people, right? There's always a fucking excuse why shit can't get done, right? The so-called leaders is always a fucking excuse. Anyway, may Because be accursed forever. If will stops and cries, why? Invoking Because, then will stops and does not. Basically, the moment why is this happening? Because this, no, your will stops. Your will dies when you start to question why, and then make an excuse as to why that exists. That completely kills your will. Let's continue. Also, reason is a lie. And we know it's all about reason. Follow the science. Anyway, for there is a factor, infinite and unknown, and all their words are skew eyes. It's what we see in the media every single day. Enough of because he damned for a dog. But ye, O my people, rise up and awake. Let the rituals be rightly performed with joy and beauty. There are rituals of the elements and feast of the times. A feast for the first night of the prophet and his bride. A feast for 3 days of the writing of the book of the law. A feast for Tahuti and the child of the prophet, secret, O prophet. A feast for the supreme ritual, and a feast for the equinox of the gods. A feast for fire, and a feast for water. A feast for life, and a greater feast for death. A feast every day in your hearts in the joy of my rapture. A feast every night unto new, and the pleasure of uttermost delight. A feast. Rejoice. There is no dread hereafter. There is the dissolution and the eternal ecstasy and the kisses of new. There is death for the dogs. Doeth thou fail? Let me say this again. Doeth thou fail? Art thou sorry? Is fear in thine heart? Where am I? Where I am, these are not. Pity not the fallen. I never knew them. I am not for them. I console not, and I hate the consoled and the consoler. I am unique and conqueror. I am not of the slaves that perish. Be they damned and dead. Amen. This is of the four. There is a fifth who is invisible, and therein am I as a babe in the egg. Blue am I, and gold in the light of my bride. But the red glim is in my eyes, and my spangles are purple and green. Purple beyond purple. It is the light higher than eyesight. There is a veil. That veil is black. It is the veil of the modest woman. It is the veil of sorrow and the pall of death. This is none of me. Tear down that lying scepter of the centuries. Veil not your vices in virtuous words. Oh, we see that all the time, right? People hiding their vices with those virtual words. Right? Do you see how relevant? Remember, this was written in 1904. So this is 100 years ago. So just keep this in mind. This was over 100 years ago. Yes, I already read this. Vices and virtuous words. These vices are my service. Ye do well, and I will reward you here and hereafter. Fear not, O prophet, when these words are said. Thou shalt not be sorry. Thou art emphatically my chosen, and blessed are the eyes that thou shalt look upon with gladness. But I will hide thee in a mask of sorrow. They that see thee shall fear thou art fallen, but I lift thee up. Nor shall they who cry aloud their folly that thou meanest not avail. Thou shall reveal it. Thou availeth. They are the slaves of because they are not of me. The stops as thou wilt. The letters, change them not in style or value. Thou shalt obtain the order and value of the English alphabet. Thou shalt find new symbols to attribute them unto. Begone, ye mockers, even though ye laugh in my honor. Ye shall laugh not long. Then when ye are sad, know that I have forsaken you. He that is righteous shall be righteous still. He that is filthy shall be filthy still. Yeah, deem not of change. Ye shall be as ye are, not other and not other. Therefore the kings of the earth shall be the kings forever. The slaves shall serve. There is none that shall be cast down or lifted up. All is ever as it was. Yet there are masked ones, my servants. It may be that yonder beggar is a king. A king may choose his garment as he will. There is no certain test, but a beggar cannot hide his poverty. Beware, therefore, love all, lest perchance is a king concealed. Say you so, fool. If he be a king, thou canst not hurt him. Therefore strike hard and low, and to hell with them, master. There is a light before thine eyes, O prophet, a light undesired, most desirable. I am uplifted in thine heart, and the kisses of the stars rain hard upon thy body. Thou art exhausted in the voluptuous fullness of the inspiration. The expiration is sweeter than death, more rapid and laughterful than a caress of hell's own worm. Oh, thou art overcome. We are upon thee. Our delight is all over thee. Hail, hail. Prophets of Nu, prophet of Had, prophet of Ra Harku. Now rejoice. Now come into our splendor and rapture. Come in, our passionate priests, peace, and write sweet words for the kings. I am the master, thou art the holy chosen one. Write and find ecstasy in writing. Work and be our bed and working. Work from the bed. Yep. Thrill with the joy of life and death. Ah, thou death shall be lovely. Whoso seeth it shall be glad. Thy death shall be the seal of the promise of our age-long love. Come, lift up thine heart and rejoice. We are one, we are none. Hold, hold, bear up in thy rapture. Fall not in swoon of the excellent kisses. Harder, hold thyself up, lift thine head, breathe not so deep, die. Ah, what do I feel? Is the word exhausted? There is help and hope and other spells. Wisdom says, be strong, then canst thou bear more joy. Be not animal. Refine thy rapture. If thou drink, drink by the 8 and 90 rules of art. If thou love, exceed by delicacy. And if thou do aught, joyous. Let there be subtlety therein, but exceed. Strive ever to more. And if thou art truly mine, and doubt it not, and if thou art ever joyous, death is the crown of all. Death, thou shalt let me say this correctly. Thou shalt long for death. Death is forbidden, O man, unto thee. The length of thy longing shall be the strength of his glory. He that lives long and desires death much is ever the king amongst kings. Let me say it one more time. He that lives long, and of course, whenever we see a he, you can add the she. And whenever you see king, of course, you can add the queen. The length of thy longing shall be the strength of his glory. He that lives long and desires death much is ever the king among the kings. Listen to the numbers and the words. 4, 6, 3, 8, A, B, K, 2, 4, A, L, G, M, O, R, 3, Y, X, 24, 89, R, P, S, T-O-V-A-L. What meaneth this, O prophet? Thou knowest not, nor shalt thou know ever. There cometh one to follow thee, he shall expound it. But remember, O chosen, none be to me to follow the love of new in the star-lit heaven, to look forth upon men, to tell them this glad word. O be thou proud and mighty among men. Lift up thyself, for there is none like unto thee among men or among gods. Lift up thyself, O my prophet. Thy stature shall surpass the stars. They shall worship thy name, foursquare, mystic, wonderful, and the number of the men, and the name of thy house, 418. The end of the hiding of Hadid, and blessing the worship to the prophet of the lovely star. All right. Chapter 2 of the Book of the Law. So what do you guys think? For those who never read that for themselves, are you beginning to see why it said at the end that you don't even have a physical copy? Nah, of course you can have one, but make sure it's concealed. Because again, if anybody finds that, most 99% of the population is not going to agree with that, because they fall into those categories. So of course they're going to feel some type of way when they read this, and they're like, okay, well, they call it whatever negative word they have, satanic or devil worship, whatever word they want to throw out there, right? There's no other book like this that has it summarized. See, what makes the Book of the Law so special is that you see it summarized. It's not like a Bible or a Quran, or like with 4, 5, 6, 7, 800 pages or 1,000 pages. Literally, the Book of the Law is only about 14 pages. Really, and it only has 3 chapters. It's about 14 pages with 3 chapters. So essentially, you can read it instantly. You can read it under an hour, probably under 30 minutes, depending on, how fast you're reading. There is no other book that summarizes everything in 14 pages. I guarantee it. For whatever reason, people like writing long ass books. That's why I feel like if I ever came out with a book, I'm not gonna write no long ass book ever. I'm not expecting nobody to read 3, 4, 5, 600 pages. That's not necessary at all. At all. It's not necessary at all. But if I can summarize it in just a couple chapters, 20, 30 pages, that's good. That's good enough for me. And just tuned in. What is this book about? I can't even tell you, man. I can't even tell you. I appreciate that, Carl. Peace, wealth, and great health to all. And I definitely extend that to everybody. Just weed for me, but that liquor looks tempting. I rarely drink, but that drink looks good. Same with me. I'm not a drinker at all. I'm not a drinker whatsoever. So that's why you see all I did was take a shot, and that's why that's still there. That literally was a present for my birthday. It's still here. That was supposed to be going the same day, but because I'm not a drinker, I just sip it. So I appreciate that. I just wanted to read this for you guys so that you guys can better understand not just where I'm coming from, but the whole point of Thelema. Because I'm always 93. I'm always saying these things, but now you can truly understand why. Now you got the direct quotations. Now you can see for yourself. And hopefully it gives you a better idea. But of course, we have a whole nother chapter here. And I'll only read the chapter if you guys want me to. No. I said, no, I got the drink on my birthday, which was about a week ago. My birthday was on the 18th. So that was like 10 days ago at this point. Yeah, it's the 28th. It's going to be the 28th in about 30 minutes. So it's probably already the 28th if you're on the East Coast. So my birthday was 10 days ago. But you see, I got that, and it's still here. So, of course, if I was a drinker, that would have been going the same day. So it's because I'm not a drinker. And like I said, I'm a smoker, but I ain't even been smoking. Got a full jar of weed and everything. Let me show you. If I can, I don't know how this will look on the camera. So, if you see this, you see it's a whole, because I ain't been touching it. I ain't even been touching it. So I ain't smoked a single joint today. And I think yesterday I only smoked one joint. It's like, again, with this fasting, it's like, this is what I'm saying, like the fasting. Hold on. I'm looking real unprofessional right now. Hold on. Let me just take this. Let me just take that off. All right. And if I look a little skinnier, it's because I'm fasting. It is what it is. I'll put this weight right back on when I'm done, so don't even worry about it. Like I've heard people, like they don't want to fast because they don't want to lose weight. I just look at these people crazy. Like you can't just put weight back on, like it's going to be permanently off. But anyway, we don't have to go there. So if you guys want me to continue to read, I'll read. Or if you guys want me to move on to a different subject, I will. So you guys let me know where you want to go from here. Do we continue reading or do we go elsewhere? Otherwise, I'm just about to keep reading. I ain't even going to give you guys an opportunity to respond. We're going to keep reading. So that way, basically, I got the whole book of the law crystallized on the channel now. So, because I already read chapter 1 the last time. So yeah, I'll just go ahead and finish it out. I have no idea how long I've been fasting, but I'm going to break my record. Again, my record is 11 days. The longest I fasted was 11 days, and I'm going to break that record this time. Ain't nothing going to make me not break the record, because I know I already got over it. Like I said, I didn't cut out the meat. You know what I mean? I'm only taking little bits of water. And the reason I'm asking, do you guys want me to continue to read? Because I know a lot was said and I didn't necessarily break it down. But again, I can break it down at a later date. So let me just solidify it. And then, we can get into what it all means at a later time. But at least you guys will have it for yourself. And let me show you guys the original writing. Because I know you ain't seen this before. That's unless, of course, you bought it. You bought the actual physical copy with the actual handwriting. So let me show you guys. Let me show you guys the actual handwriting. Just a little tidbit. We'll get right back into it. But just a little tidbit. So give me a second here. So you guys can see the actual. Yeah, I think this is it. So you guys can actually see how it was written. Because remember, this was a channel. So this definitely will prove that it looks like this was written very quickly. This does not look like somebody was just writing this off the top of their dome. And I'm going to show you guys the proof right now. All right, here it is. So let me turn the screen back on. All right. So, if you see, let me zoom in. Does this handwriting look like somebody who's trying to sell a book? Or does this look like somebody who's trying to jot down something as quick as they can? So this is the same words that we just read. This is just the actual handwriting. So again, you tell me, does this look like a person who's trying to sell a book, who's just making something up? Or does this look like a person who had to quickly grab a piece of paper and a pen and record what they were receiving? So I just want to give you guys the proper evidence so you don't have to take my word for it. And you don't have to take my analysis for it. Here's the actual proof. So remember, this was in 1904, over 120 years ago at this point, or almost 120 years. So the fact that, somebody found this important enough to preserve, you see, you can barely understand this shit. Look, making mistakes and all that. Look at those mistakes. And this was delivered over the course of 3 days. So this didn't just happen all at one time. This was over the course of 3 days in the month of April of the year 1904. So once again, unless you're like you're a decoder of language, imagine trying to read it like this. So we see, I think we actually have some Greek. It looks like some Greek letters as well. Oh, sorry about that. So, you guys get the point. Let me bring the book back up so we can start chapter 3 here. All right. Never seen a channel written before? Exactly. Because people ain't doing it. That's why, like, it's a forgotten art. It's a forgotten art. So that's what I'm saying. Like, this is why this is concealed, it's forbidden, and nobody talks about this, and Crowley is the wickedest man in the world, and people don't want no parts. Your longest dry fast was 7 days, 305. And yeah, and I know you got a lot of revelations in those 7 days. I know it completely changed you. So salute to you for enduring. But of course, 305 Capricorn, so we understand the Capricorn and endurance. So I know it probably wouldn't shit to you, honestly. Once you make your mind up, it probably wouldn't about nothing anyway. You know, as that's just the Capricorn energy, aka the devil of the tarot. So let us continue in chapter 3, and let's see what it says. All right, let's go. Chapter 3, and again, if I come upon a word, I'm just gonna type it in the iPad and pronounce it out. Okay. Abrahadabra. And remember, it says abrahadabra, not abracadabra. So be wary. It's not abracadabra, abrahadabra. It's a variation. But again, that'll be something we get into later. Abrahadabra, the reward of Ra-Hor Kuwit. So now this is Ra-Hor Kuwit. See, chapter 1 was Nuit. Chapter 2 was Hadid, which is a counterpart of Nuit. Now this is Ra-Hor Kuwit, which is a third manifestation. There is division. What is it? Hither? Homeward. There is a word not known. Spelling is defunct. All is not aught. Beware. Hold. Raise the spell of Ra-Hor Kuwit. Now, I just want to warn you guys, this is the most craziest of the 3 chapters. So there will be some stuff in here that may appear strange to those outside of the fold. So I just want to warn you ahead of time. It's probably going to be something in here that makes you feel some type of way. I'm just giving you a warning ahead of time. Let us continue. Now let it be first understood that I am a God of war and of vengeance. I shall deal hardly with them. Choose ye an island, fortify it, dung it about with, what is this? Ingenuity. What is this? Okay. I know it's, I want to say this right. Ingenuity? No, of course. Nope, that's not the right way to say it. I'm going to make a correction right now so that I'm saying this properly. Give me 1 second so I know exactly how to say this right. What does it say? Turn the volume up. Enginery. All right. Injury of war. All right. Dung it about with injury of war. I will give you a war engine. With it ye shall smite the peoples, and none shall stand before you. Lurk, withdraw upon them. This is a law of the battle of conquest. Thus shall my worship be about my secret house. Get the stele of revealing itself. Set it in thy secret temple. And the temple is all right, or already all right. disposed, and it shall be your, Kaibel or Kabbalah, forever. It shall not fade, but miraculous color shall come back to it day after day. Close it in locked glass for a proof to the world. So for those who don't understand what the stele of revealing is, let me show you an image so you guys know what this is. Because I have the image already saved here. Let me show you guys the image so you know what's being said here. Here it is. So this is what this is. This is the stele of revealing. So essentially this was in Egypt. This is what spoke to Crowley. So we see, if we look at it, it has all three of the deities. We see Nuit. You see Nuit up top with her body stretching from one end to another. You see Hadid as the flamed winged globe. See the globe right there with wings, the red globe with wings, that is Hadid. And Ra-Ha-Kuit is, of course, is the throned Haru. So essentially, the whole book of the law, or the whole science of Thelema, is captured within this. So I'm sure you guys have never seen this before, but I will reveal it to you. It took me a while to even find this myself. All right, let's get back to the book. I just want to show you guys the actual evidence. So again, you don't have to take my word for any of these things. So let's get back to the reading. All right. This shall be your only proof. I forbid argument. Conquer. That is enough. I will make easy to you the abstraction from the ill-ordered house in the victorious city. Thou shalt thyself convey it with worship, O prophet, though thou likest it not. So it's telling you right here that we know you ain't gonna like it. We know you're not gonna like it. I'm doing it anyway. So this is already telling you that this is a channel. We know you're not gonna like it. Thou shalt have danger and trouble. So it's already letting it be known. You ain't gonna like it, and it's gonna bring danger and trouble. I'm gonna actually show you guys the Abbey of Thelema as well, for those who have never seen it, because it still stands to this day. It's the Abbey of Thelema. Well, I know you guys ain't seen these images either. I got all type of exclusive stuff, as I should, right? There is no reason why I shouldn't have this stuff. Let us continue. Ra-Hercuid, or Ra-Hercu, is with thee. Worship me with fire and blood. Worship me with swords and with spears, or spears. Let the woman be the girt with a sword before me. So it's telling the women, worship me with the sword. Let blood flow to my name. Trample down the heathen. Be upon them, O warrior. I will give you of their flesh to eat. I warned you guys ahead of time, so we're just going to keep going. Sacrifice cattle, little and big, after a child. I already told you. But for now, but not now. Ye shall see that hour, O blessed beast, and thou the scarlet concubine of his desire. Ye shall be sad thereof, deemed not too eagerly to catch the promises. Fear not to undergo the curses. Ye, even ye, know not this meaning all. So we see chapter 3 is on a whole nother level. Let us continue. Again, I'm not going to give too much commentary now. We're just going to try to get through it. Fear not at all. Fear neither men nor fates, nor gods, nor anything. Money fear not, nor laughter of the folk folly, nor any other power in heaven or upon the earth or under the earth. Nu is your refuge, as Hadid your light, and I am the strength, force, vigor of your I guess arms, whatever that may say. Mercy let it be off. Mercy let be off. Damn them who pity, kill and torture, spare not, be upon them. That stele they shall call the abomination of desolation. Count well its name, and it shall be to you as 718. Why? Because of the fall of because, that he is not there again. Set up my image in the east. Thou shalt buy thee an image, which I will show thee, especial, not unlike the one that knoweth. And it shall be suddenly easy for thee to do this. The other images group around me to support me. Let all be worshipped, for they shall cluster to exalt me. I am the visible object of worship. The others are secret, for the beast and his bride are they. And for the winners of the ordeal, what is this? Thou shalt know. For perfume mix, meal and honey, and thick leavings of red wine. Then oil of the, abramelin. Okay, let me not even try. I'm gonna type it out, because I want to make sure I'm saying that right. Give me 1 second. I don't want to make no mistakes here. Type this in right now. Let's see. Because I think this is a plant. Maybe a plant, maybe. Oh, well, no, this is weird. It's a whole book. Alright, this is a whole nother thing. This is a whole nother. Again, we can get into that later. I just want to know how to say this. This is bringing up stuff that I wasn't expecting. This is bringing up stuff that I'm not even expecting. Give me 1 second here. So I think I'm saying it right, but I want to be absolutely sure. But I'm saying this word is not even in a dictionary. I'm thinking, wait, so I guess it's not. Yeah, it's like a oil. Abramelin, fuck it. It's abramelin. If I'm saying it wrong, it's not even in the goddamn dictionary, whatever. Oil of abramelin and olive oil. And afterward soften and smooth down with rich, fresh blood. The best blood is of the moon, monthly, than the fresh blood of a child, or dropping from the host of heaven, then of enemies, then of the priest, or of the worshippers, last of some beast, no matter what. So I just want to make it be known that Crowley did not actually do this. He did not actually complete all these things. Remember, this was a channel. He was supposed to do this, but he did not do this successfully. So I just want to make that be known. That essentially because I'll talk about that after. So I'll talk about the history after. So let's just get through this book or this chapter. This burn, of this make cakes and eat unto me. This haught also another use. Let it be laid before me, and kept thick with perfumes of your, orison? It shall become full of beetles, as it were, and creeping things sacred unto me. These slay, naming your enemies, and they shall fall before you. Also, these shall breed lust and power of lust in you at the eating thereof. Also ye shall be strong in war. Moreover, be they long kept, it is better, for they swell with my force all before me. My altar is of open brass work, burn thereon in silver or gold. There cometh a rich man from the west, who shall pour his gold upon thee. From gold forge steel, be ready to fly or to smite. But your holy place shall be untouched throughout the centuries. And this is what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about with the Abbey of Thelema. Because the Abbey of Thelema still stands to this day. And I'm going to show you guys imagery as soon as we're finished here. Though with fire and sword, it be burnt down and shattered. Because that's how it is now. Like it still stands, but it's completely wrecked. But what does it say? Yet an invisible house there standeth, and shall stand until the fall of the great equinox, when Harumachis shall arise, and the double-winded one assume my throne in place. Another prophet shall rise, and bring fresh fever from the skies. Another woman shall awake the lust and the worship of the snake. Another soul of God and beast shall mingle in the globed priests. Another sacrifice shall stain the tomb. Another king shall reign, and blessing no longer be poured to the hawk-headed mystical lord. Oops, sorry. The half of the word of Haru Raha, called Horbakart or Habrakart and Raha Kuid. Then said the prophet unto the god, I adore thee in the song. I am the Lord of Thebes, or Thebes, and I, the inspired fourth speaker of Mintu, for me unveils the veiled sky. The self-stain Ankh Afna Kunsu, whose words are truth, I invoke. I greet thy presence, O Rahar Kuid. Unity uttermost showed, I adore the might of thy breath, supreme and terrible God, who maketh the gods in death to tremble before thee, I adore thee. Appear on the throne of Ra, open the ways of the Ku, lighten the ways of the Ka. The ways of the cabs run through to stir me or steal me. Let it fill me, so that thy light is in me, and its red flame is as a sword in my hand to push thy order. There is a secret door that I shall make to establish thy way in all the quarters. These are the adorations, as thou hast written, as it is said, the light is mine, its rays consume me. I have made a secret door unto the house of Ra and Tum, of Kephara, and of Ahathor, or Hathor. I am thy Theban, O Mentu, the prophet of Ankh Afna Kunsu. By Bes Na Mut, my breasts I beat. By Wise Ta Nich or Nech, I weave my spell. Show thy star splendor, O Nuid. Bid me within thine house to dwell. You hear the sirens? The old winged snake of light had it. Abide with me, Ra Hercuid. All this in a book to say how thou didst come hither in a reproduction of this ink in paper forever. For in it is the word secret, and not only in English. And thy comment upon this, the book of the law, shall be printed beautifully in red ink and black upon beautiful paper, made by hand. And to each man and woman that thou meetest, were it but to dine or to drink at them, it is the law to give. Then they shall chance to abide in this bliss or not. It is no odds. Do this quickly. But the work of the comment, that is easy, and had it burning in thy heart, shall make swift and secure thy pen. Establish at thy Kaaba a clerk house. All must be done well and with business way. The ordeals thou shalt oversee thyself, save only the blind ones, refuse none. But thou shalt know and destroy the traitors. I am Raharkuid, and I am powerful to protect my servant. Success is thy proof. Argue not, convert not, talk not overmuch. Them that seek to entrap thee, to overthrow thee, them attack without pity or quarter, and destroy them utterly, swift as a trodden serpent, turn and strike. But thou, yet deadlier than he, drag down their souls to awful torment, laugh at their fear, spit upon them. Let the scarlet woman beware. If pity and compassion and tenderness visit her heart, if she leave my work to toy with old sweetnesses, then shall my vengeance be known. I will slay me her child. I will alienate her heart. I will cast her out from men as a shrinking and despised harlot. shall she crawl through dusk, wet streets, and die cold, and it was and hungered, die cold and hungered. Let her rise herself in pride. Let her follow me in my way. Let her work the work of wickedness. Let her kill her heart. Let her be loud and adulterous. Let her be covered with jewels and rich garments. Let her be shameless before all men. Then I will lift her to pinnacles of power. Then I will breed from her a child mightier than all the kings of the earth. I will fill her with joy. With my force shall she see and strike at the worship of Nu. She shall achieve Hadid. I am the warrior, Lord of the 40s. The 80s cower before me and are abased. I will bring you to victory and joy. I will be at your arms in battle, and ye shall delight to slay. Success is your proof. Courage is your armor. Go on in my strength. And ye shall turn not back for any. This book shall be translated into all tongues, but always with the original and the writing of the beast. For in the chance, shape of the letters in their position to one another, and these are mysteries that no beast shall divine. Let him not seek to try, but one cometh after him, whence I say not, who shall discover the key of it all? Then this line drawn is a key. Then this circle squared in its failure is also a key. And abrahadabra shall it be his child, and that strangely. Let him not seek after this, for thereby alone can he fall from it. Now this mystery of the letters is done, and I want to go on to the holier place. I am in secret, or I am in a secret fourfold word, the blasphemy against all gods of men. Curse them, curse them, curse them. With my hawk's head I peck at the eyes of Jesus as he hangs upon the cross. I flap my wings in the face of Muhammad and blind him with, emmy claws. I tear out the flesh of the Indian and the Buddhist, Mongol and Din. Balasti? Umpeded, or umpeda, peda. I spit in your crapulous creeds. Let Mary inviolate be torn upon wheels. For her sake let all chaste women be utterly despised amongst you. Also for beauty's sake and love. Despise also all cowards, professional soldiers who dare not to fight but play. All fools despise. But the keen and the proud, the royal and the lofty, ye are brothers. As brothers fight ye. There is no law beyond do what thou wilt. Sorry. There is an end of the word of the God enthroned in Ra's seat, lightening the gritters of the soul. or girders of the soul. To me do ye reverence. To me come ye through tribulation of ordeal, which is bliss. The fool readeth this book of the law and its comments, and he understand it not. Let him come through the first ordeal, and it will be to him as silver. Through the second, gold. Through the third, stones of precious water. Through the fourth, ultimate sparks of the intimate fire. Yet to all it shall seem beautiful. Its enemies who say not so are mere liars. There is success. I am the hawk-headed lord of silence and of strength. My nemesis shrouds the night blue. Hail, ye twin warriors about the pillars of the world, for your time is nigh at hand. I am the lord of the double wand of power, the wand of the force of Kophnia, the wand of the force of Kophnia. But my left hand is empty, for I have crushed an universe and naught remains. Paste these sheets from right to left and from top to bottom. Then behold, there is a splendor in my name, hidden and glorious. As the son of midnight is ever the sun. The ending of the words is the word abrahadabra. The book of the law is written and concealed. And of course, now we can understand why it says, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. The study of this book is forbidden. It is wise to destroy this copy after the first reading. Whosoever disregards this does so at his own risk and peril. These are most dire. Those who discuss the contents of this book are to be shunned by all as centers of pestilence. All questions of the law are to be decided only by appeal to my writings, each for himself. There is no law beyond do what thou wilt. Love is the law, love under will, the priest of the princess, Afna Kunsu. And that is chapter 3 of the book of the law. So now you see. So if that chapter then lets you know why most people will never understand this, you should know now. So I know everybody didn't like that. Somebody was hearing that and they didn't like it. I know somebody didn't like it. But it's all codes, so it's to be decoded. So what's up, Dank Wizard? So let me actually show you the abbey of Thelema now. So I'm going to pull up the abbey of Thelema so you guys can actually see it, or what's left of it rather. So give me 1 second. I'm going to pull up the imagery right now. Hopefully this doesn't take too long. Hold on. Just want to cover up a bit. Like I said, it's fast. Got me extra cold. You guys normally know. You know, I'll be coming up on here with no shirt like it ain't nothing. You know, like 5 in the morning, 3 in the afternoon, it don't matter. But I'm extra cold right now. So that's why I'm doing this. So let me actually bring up the abbey so you guys can see that. Here we go. So again, I'm not gonna, ask anybody of their opinion, because again, this needs to be decoded and broken down further, to truly be understood. But however, if you just sat and you listened, chambers will begin to unlock just by listening and just by reading, even if you don't understand the codes. Because again, you're not going to understand. Just like reading the Bible, any book, you're not going to understand the deeper meanings immediately. It will take a little time. All right, here's the remains of the Abbey of Thelema. All right, hope you guys are ready. All right. So that's it from the outside. That's just graffiti. It has some older photos so that you can see what was actually going on. So again, that's just graffiti. It just lets you know it still stands to this day. Just like it said in the book of the law. So this building still stands to this day, even though it's unlivable. You can't live in there, but it still stands. The government didn't burn it down. It still stands. This is it. That's the roof of it. So the roof has caved in, all that. But this is the location, the outer location. And that's the roof. Here's a picture of the inside. It still has the original furniture. Because again, people are not trying to take anything out of there, of course. And of course, it was all art. So the reason why the walls look like that is because once Aleister Crowley was, he got banned from the country. Which is a whole story behind that. So he had to leave because he got banned. Basically, somebody died because they drank from the waterfall, and the waterfall was, or the lake, or the river, whatever it was, but it was poisoned. It was poisoned water, and Crowley basically told everybody, don't drink the water from the spring, the river, whatever it was. Don't drink water from the spring. And of course, someone did it anyway and lost their life because of it. And then it was a man. And of course, his woman didn't like it at all. So the woman, the wife of the man, or the girlfriend, either his girlfriend or his wife, of course, what did she do? She went to the media and she snitched. And once she went to the media and told, then obviously the government got involved and told Crowley he had to leave. So once he left, people came in after he left and completely destroyed the art, because every room was filled with art. However, the art was forbidden. So the art was so extreme that they completely covered it up, and that's why it looks like the paint is just terrible. So it was every wall, every inch of the walls were filled with paint and paintings, and they just completely destroyed it. That's just how they felt about it. So I'm showing you guys this just to see how people felt about this back then and still to this day. So as soon as he left, they didn't burn it down. You would think they would just burn the whole thing down, but they didn't. They left it standing. They just concealed the art. So so they basically filled it with white and green. So they just completely removed. And you can kind of see a little bit at the bottom. Let me zoom out. So if you look at the bottom, you see that kind of that red and that blue at the bottom, kind of. So that's a part of the original art. Then you see that white and that green. So just showing you that it was art under there that got covered up. And the next images will actually show you that a little bit more. So here's the original window. So you see, so remember I showed you guys the graffiti. So that's how it looks now. But it originally looked like that. So the same imagery we saw on the stele of revealing. So we see Nuit. We see Nuit stretching her arms. See the arms of Nuit. So you see Nuit. So you see Nuit, and you see Hadit. You see 93 right there. See 93. and that says Thelema. It may be Thelema in Greek. And of course, you see the stars of Nuit. You see the stars of Nuit. And of course, I'm sure you had Raha Kiwit there as well, but you don't see him now. So this is how it originally looked. I believe this was the front door or a window. No, I believe this was a window. So this is how it originally looked. So again, I just want to put into context. This was a white man worshiping black deities. That clearly looks like a black woman right there. So imagine in the early 1900s, white men worshiping these black deities. Talking major talk. Let's continue. Here's some of the art. So this art, you see a white man over there, you also see a black man over here. And of course, we're just using these terms, just to make sense of things. But again, this is in the early 1900s. This was not cool at all. It was not cool, for the black and the white to merge forces, especially in the public. But he was doing it because this was what was revealed to him. And remember, the book of the law was revealed by Awas, who was described as a black man with the face of a savage. Those are Aleister Crowley's words directly. Those are his direct words. So I just want to put all of this into context so that you can understand the timeline. So not just what's being read, but just to understand the timeline of when these things were occurring. So this was way before it was cool. This was way before the 70s. This was way before the free love movement. This was way before the 60s, the 50s, and the 40s. This is way before any of this took place. So this was the most forbidden acts you can possibly do, basically, at this particular time. So we look at this image, then if you see the top, they covered, you see that green bar at the top, that's where they covered up the rest of it. So this is just what was remained, or what was left of it. But of course it was more. Now if you go there today, of course this is going to be even more faded out. I believe these images was taken in the 90s or early 2000s, but if you were to actually visit this location today, it would actually be, it looks way worse than what it does now in these images. There's another view of the outside. And again, I'm just showing you this because it still stands to this day. For whatever reason, they didn't burn it down because it is protected spiritually. It's spiritually protected. Because we see over here in America, we don't have stuff like this. If somebody was doing something crazy, because basically you can say this is haunted. So we know over here in America, or in just the Western world, most of the time they would have just resold the house or just completely destroyed it. They're either going to resell it or destroy it. But we see here that it was neither resold or destroyed. They just left it. So nobody can actually buy it. Actually, I think you can buy it, but nobody bought it. I believe it's $1 million. It costs an M. But of course, most people ain't trying to spend $1 million on this decrepit place. So that's why nobody bought it. So they're like, what good? What good is it? Again, you got to be of a certain cloth to have understanding of that. Here's another picture of the inside. Again, just looks completely obliterated. We see the roof caved in and everything. Caved in, roof, everything. Again, because people just left everything in here. So this is all this original furniture. They just left it all. So another view. And again, remember, every inch of the walls were filled with paintings. So the fact that you don't see anything is because they let it stand, but they was sure to remove the art because the art was forbidden at the time. It showed black men and black women with white men and white women doing unspeakable acts. We'll just leave it at that. Here's another art piece. As we see another dark man here. Looks like a cyclops of a sort. So obviously this is an entity that was channeled. Another black deity that was channeled. So hopefully we're getting a better understanding of why they had to get rid of this. And again, you're not going to find this stuff nowhere else. You're not going to find this. No, again, just if you put it all in context, in historical context, because in today's times, it's like, okay, what's the big deal? But again, we're talking about 100 years ago. It was seriously a big deal. Way seriously. Another image, another room. Again, as you see, they completely destroyed the walls. Here's the bottom. We see that says 93. It has Hebrew letters. The Hebrew letters, it looks like Ayon, Yod, Vav, and Zayin. Because you guys know I'm into the Hebrew heavy. You also see two others down there. You see 666. So you actually may be able to still see this if you were to go there to this day. You probably can actually still see that. That was like the cornerstone. Obviously, we see the feet. You see a black foot. You see white. You see all type of races. So this just gives you a better understanding of what the art possibly contained. It was a mixture of all races and all cultures and all creeds 100 years ago. Another image. And there we go. So let me turn this off now. So again, I just wanted to show you guys actual evidence. So that again, it's not just my singular opinion about any of these things. And that's why I wanted to read the book without giving much commentary, because again, that would be my opinion at that point. So at least you have the original words with the original context. I showed you the original writing earlier, and now I showed you the original abbey of Thelema, just to show you the actual evidence as to why this was important, as to why I even care about any of these things, because this, to me, this was the most radical thing you can be doing 100 years ago, is actually unifying all people. When we were supposed to be separate, you couldn't even use the same water fountain at this time. Remember, you couldn't even use, this is whites only, blacks only time. So just to keep this in mind, blacks was not allowed to do certain things that the whites was. So we already know the history. This is before the civil rights movement. So motherfuckers were just being complete savages. You know, this is lynching. People were still getting lynched without any consequence, no jail time, nothing. It is what it is. If the community felt that you were in the wrong, again, we see what happened with Emmett Till. He was said to have whistled at a white woman, and they just took his life, and then just beat his face to the point where it was unrecognizable. All at the end for it to be a lie, because the woman that accused him of doing that, she admitted on her deathbed that he did not, in fact, do what he was accused of doing. So she went her whole life concealing that secret. But she could not go to her grave with that secret, which is very important to understand. That because she was not allowed, meaning a deal was made with her creator or her God. Like, okay, if you actually want to get into heaven, then you got to tell the truth. You not going to be able, because why was she telling her deathbed like she gives a fuck? She done lived her whole life. Why would she care about that man's justice, or that boy at the time? He was just a boy, he wasn't even a man. Why would she care? If she lied on him in the first place and got him killed in the first place, why would she care now, or basically before she died, if she caused all that hardship in the first place? Because at that time, that's all they had to accuse you of. If you're black and a white woman accused you of doing something inappropriate, then you could potentially lose your life. So we had to be on our P's and Q's, to the up 10th degree, if that's even a word. So I just want to put this into context. So when we read these things and we see these things and we see what was going on with Thelema, mixing all races and all cultures, the people itself under one flag or one ideology of Thelema, he was the only one, even to this day, if he was able to do that 100 years ago, to give blacks credit. Not only did they reveal to me the book of the law according to his words, I'm going to actually include them in everything. Because for those who are familiar with his story, he was very well acquainted with blacks when he was alive. He had no problem with them. Again, it was all type of sexual activity going on at the time where this was forbidden. So again, I just want to put this into proper context so that we can understand why they called him the wickedest man in the world and how he earned that title. Because he was doing the most radical thing that you could possibly be doing at that time. You done created a whole religion, a whole ideology, a whole spiritual system, and you're giving credit to the blacks. They did it. They revealed it to me. And we know damn well that they ain't trying to give us credit for a goddamn thing. But he did. That's why they called him wicked. Like, what are you giving them credit for? Because he could have very well not said nothing about AWAS. He didn't have to say a damn thing. Oh, I did it. He could, because they do it all the time. I did it, but he didn't. He kept it real. So that's why it interested me. This is why I care about it at all. I'm like, man, this was the most radical thing you can do at that time. Because who else was doing it? There's no one else that was doing that at all. Because we know the mainstream wasn't fucking with us at all. There was no connection. There was no, okay, y'all can do what we do. No, we were still considered 3/5 of a human being. That's why we had to go through a civil rights movement. We were still 3/5 of a human. So we already know where we stood socially. So the fact that this was occurring in the times where it should not have been occurring, again, who do you think gave him that title of the wickedest man in the world? It wasn't by blacks. We didn't give him that title. The whites did at that time. And again, I'm not speaking on people of this time in modern. I'm just and back in the day, because we know those people were more ruthless, obviously. So I'm not speaking on anybody in today's terms. I'm just giving you the accurate history as to why this is important, why it matters, so that we can understand that, especially after reading the book of the law. Again, it can easily be taken out of context, because there is no other book that tells you that. There is no other book that tells you that anything, whether it's in the first chapter, the second chapter, or the third, there is no other book that just summarizes everything in 14 pages. There is no other book that does that. And of course, Crowley wrote more books to further explain Thelema, but that was the initial revelation. So that's why I want to give you the spiritual understanding, but also the historic, so that we can understand the radicalness of this man at the time. So not only that, there's more. The reason why we care now is because he was the only one doing it, meaning if it wasn't for Crowley, there would be no Wicca, because they were studying Crowley. Anybody who do anything extraordinary, they were studying Crowley. So that includes the Wiccas, the black magicians, the white magicians, the Goetia, the 72 Goetia, anything that is considered Western occultism, anything considered Western occultism, he brought that. You had to go through Crowley to have a full understanding of Western occultism. You had to go through Crowley. Because he laid the foundation, not just with the Book of the Law, but with his other writings. Of course, he has many other writings, but his writings are classified into classes: Class A, Class B, Class C, Class D, so on and so forth, right? So of course, he didn't say everything he wrote was a channel. So that's why it's different classes. So essentially, Class A writings were channels. So anything outside of Class A, he actually wrote with his own pen. So that's how we differentiate what was his words and what were channels. It's based on the class of works. Now, of course, the average person, it's just all Crowley. They don't know the difference between any of these things. So, of course, it gets conflated into one thing. They won't be able to tell you the difference between the Class A works and the Class B works. But let me actually show you, because if I go back to the Book of the Law, it's going to say it right there. It's going to say Class A. So let me go back to the Book of the Law so that you can see the evidence of what I'm saying here. So if I go back, you go to the top. Give me 1 second. Yeah, here we go. Let me see. I just want to make sure you see that Class A. Here we go. So let me put it back on the screen. So there you go. So here we see the Book of the Law, Liber Legis, and these are those words we saw at the bottom of the image I showed you with the 93. So those are the Hebrew letters. So if we go, it says publication in Class A. And above that is the seal of Babylon. So it says publication in Class A. Now let me go to another work so that you guys can see the difference here. Okay, let me go to another work here so that I'm going to go to a Class B work so that you can see that it is actually divided into classes. Hold on. So there's a lot of stuff in here, so. Here we go. Let's see. So for example, I just want to make sure it shows the class. We don't have to go into the actual writings. I just want to show the difference between the classes. So I think this is the Goetia book. Let's see if they show the class. Because if they don't show the class, then I'm not going to show it. Because it's not original. If they don't show the class, it's not original. So no, they're not showing the class. So I'm not going to show this one. So give me 1 second. I just want to show you guys the difference between the classes. Here, this should be it. Yeah, because a lot of these writings just go straight into. Okay, I see. Because people give their extra commentary, to his works. So that's why This is a point that many people look over for these exact reasons. Let me see. Here we go. Here we go. All right. So if you look at the screen, let me do it this way. Yeah. So we see Class A documents, Class B documents, Class C documents, Class D documents, Class E. So there's 5 classes of works, and you see I have every goddamn thing. I have it all. So let's go to Class B. So I want you guys to actually see. Let's go to this one. I want you guys to see the class in the actual document itself. And not just go, well, I could have did that my damn self. So I want to show the actual evidence. So you guys don't think I just separated this and I did it on my own. You should actually see every class in the actual. So here we go. So you see this is an actual, it says it right here. Publication in Class AB. So essentially this document can be considered A or B. But you see every document should have the class. So let me go to a Class C. And that'll be it. So again, I just want to show the evidence. So this is a Class C, and this is a pose. See again, you ain't gonna see this nowhere else. I guarantee it. I give you that. Look at that pose. You ain't gonna find that no fucking where. Trust me. Look at this. And remember, this is Egyptian. Aleister Crowley was all about that Egyptian. This is something you would see in Egypt. This ain't just no shit he made up. Anyway, we ain't even gotta get into it. But yes, it's a Class C writing. Let me go to a different one, because again, I want to show you guys where it actually says the classes. So I showed you Class A. I showed you where it said Class B. So I want to show you guys where it says Class C. So Liber Samek. Let's see. So we see here, we got all this technical information. So this one is called Liber Samek, published in the index. Oh, okay, so this is not actually a book. This is more so an index. So I see what they're doing here. Sometimes they're just posting the index and not the actual. Oh, here we go. Here we go. There we go. Class D for the Adeptus Minor. So you see Class D. So I showed you Class A, Class B, and also here's Class D. All right. So the information is divided into classes. All right. So there's many people who has Crowley's works, but they don't understand how it's structured. So for those who actually have his works, now you can understand the way it's structured, so that you can know the difference between his pen and the pen of the deity or Awas or whatever spirit that he was channeling. Right, so you can know, okay, is these the words of Crowley or the words of a spirit or a deity? And once you understand the difference, you can understand the difference in the writing style. So for example, the way that I just read the Book of the Law, if we read anything from Crowley, it's not written like that. So let's just read this. Let me go right back to it. So if we were to just read this, we're going to see it's completely different than what we just read. So let me prove that. This will be the actual words of Crowley. So this is the oath, but let me see if this is actually. See, this is more so like a dictionary of a sort. So this is not like a book. Let me go to a different one. Something a little bit more straightforward that I can just read off. So you guys can see the difference between the writing style. The Book of the Lies. This is one. This is one of the kickers right here. The Book of the Lies, which is also falsely called breaks. So let's see. So you see that this is part of class C and D. So this is indeed the works of Crowley directly. So this is chapter 1. Well, not chapter 1, because the Book of Lies is like a poetry book with many. Let me see. Okay, so this is the first one. So I'll read this one. So it says, we don't have to read the Greek up top, so we just start here. Nothing is, nothing becomes, nothing is not. The first triad, which is God, I am. I uttered the word. I hear the word, the abyss. The word is broken up. There is knowledge. Knowledge is relative or relation. I don't know why I was thinking about relative. Knowledge is relation. These fragments are creation. The broken manifest light. The second triad, which is God. God, the Father and Mother, is concealed in generation. God is concealed in the whirling energy of nature. God is manifest in gathering, harmony, consideration, the mirror of the sun and of the heart. The third triad, bearing, preparing, wavering, flowing, flashing, stability, begetting. The 10th emanation, the world. Right, so that's just one. So we see that I just wanted to give an example of the writing style. So we see this is nothing like what we just read, the Book of the Law. This is nothing like that. See if I can actually. Give me 1 second here. Okay. Isn't the Bible? Well, let me move this off. Okay. Isn't the Bible and Quran clear about that number a warning? What is the book 777 about? I tried reading it and couldn't understand a damn thing. So yes, it is. Yes, so you are correct. The Bible and the Quran sends a warning. That's why Jesus and Muhammad were disrespected in the Book of the Law, because that was a warning. So basically, they're saying, Awas, who is the author of the Book of the Law. So Awas is basically saying that all these older religions is all about weakness. It's all about a person being weak and bowing down to something. whether it's God or whatever you choose to bow down to. So of course, after you read the book of the law, you're not going to approach these books the same. Because I guarantee, look, let me pull up the goddamn, so look, I have these things just already. Let me go back to the first page. All right, here we go. Let me go back to the first page. So if you see my home screen, I have the Quran and the Bible just already on deck. It's already on deck. So let me click the Bible. I'm going to click on the Bible here. I'm just going to go to a random chapter. And we're going to see how much power we get. So I'm just going to open up to a random chapter. Let's see. I think it may do it automatically. Let's see. I don't know what's going on. This may be the Hebrew Bible. Give me a second. Let me make sure. Yeah. See, that's the Orthodox Jewish Bible. So let me go to the King James. I'm gonna go. So that's what most people are familiar with. All right. So let me go to a random chapter. So if I go to a random chapter here. Let's go to John 12. So if we go to John 12, let's read these red words. I don't even really read the white words. Let's read the red words. So what does these red words say? So if you look at the red words, what do they say? 23. So the 23 says, the hour is come that the Son of Man should be glorified. Verily, verily, I say unto you, except a corn of wheat fall unto the ground and die, it abideth alone. But if it die and bringeth forth much fruit, he that loveth his life shall lose it, and he that hateth his life in this world shall keep it unto life eternal. If any man serve me, let him follow me, and where I am, there shall also my servant be. Or if any man serve me, him will my Father honor. Now is my soul troubled, and what shall I say, Father? Save me from this hour. But for this cause came I unto this hour. Father, glorify thy name. You see all that extra talk? You see all that extra talk? So I don't know how you're supposed to pull anything from that. Peace. I see you. I don't know how you're supposed to pull. You see, it just seems like a lot of extraness for no reason. Do we really need to say this to come to a conclusion? What is it really saying here, right? Let me go to the Quran. So let me just read something randomly from the Quran. So this is still, I think this is still on Surah 72 from those who tuned in last time. You know, I read Surah 72 Al-Jinn. So let's just go to a random one here. Let's go to the Mount. So if we go to the Mount, in the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful, by the Mount, and by the book inscribed, and parchment unrolled, and by the, Bat Yul Mamur, the house over the heavens, parable to the Kaaba at the Mecca, continuously visited by the angels, and by the foot raised high, i.e. the heaven, and by the sea kept filled, or it will be fire kindled on the day of resurrection. Verily, the torment of your Lord will surely come to pass. There is none that can avert it. On the day when the heaven will shake with a dreadful shaking, and the mountains will move away with a horrible movement, then woe that day to the believers who are playing in falsehood, the day when they will be pushed down by force to the fire of hell with a horrible, forceful pushing. This is the fire which you use to believe. Is this magic, or do you not see? Taste you therein its heat, and whether you are patient of it or impatient of it, it is all the same. You are only being requited for what you used to do. Verily, the Muta Quin will be in the gardens of paradise in delight, enjoying in that which their Lord has bestowed on them, and the fact that their Lord saved them from the torment of the blazing fire. Eat and drink with happiness because of what you used to do. They will recline with ease on thrones arranged in ranks, and we shall marry them to Horos or Horis, female or fair ones with wide, lovely eyes. And those who believe, and whose offspring follow them in faith, to them we join their offspring, and we shall not decrease the reward of their deeds in anything. Every person is a pledge for that which he has earned, so on and so forth. So I just want to give you guys an example of why so many people are confused. So I just read the Bible and the Quran, and you see, there's no clear-cut meaning of what's going on there. It's just trying to frighten you, right? It's getting like, all right, well, if you do bad, you're going to go to hell. And if you do good, you're going to go to paradise. And it just reiterates that point over. And it's probably not a chapter in the Quran that don't talk about you burning in hell after you die. I think every chapter talks about that. So you are reminded, because there's, again, I'm saying chapter, every surah. There's 114 surahs of Quran, because as you get further, the chapters get smaller. So I'm not going to say every, but basically the chapters that have length, the surahs that have length to them, they're talking about the hellfire and your eternal suffering. Then the Bible was talking about, you got to go through Jesus to be saved, and you got to go through God. So you see, this is why this appeals to those types of people, right? Because if you are afraid, if you are in fear, as they call it, a God-fearing person, then you love that. You get a hard on when you read that. Oh, we talking about hell with the unbelievers, because you're not. So in your mind, you're not. So it's like this is just, it comforts those, I guess, if you're on the right side, you get comforted. But if you're not, then it's just hell to you. So we see the only book that actually gives you some type of freedom is the book of the law. Every other book is telling you about the dread that you're going to experience because you're a non-believer. So it don't matter if it's the Bible or the Quran. If you're a non-believer, it's going to tell you about how much you're going to suffer and how foolish you are, and so on and so forth, right? You're a disbeliever. You have no faith, and you're going to be punished for it, based on your deeds in this planet. However, you see, once we start reading deeper material, such as the Gnostic Bible or the Nag Hammadi Library, which is a Gnostic perspective of the words of the Christ, he says nothing of the sort. It's a whole different perspective. And where did the Nag Hammadi Library come from? Or where was it discovered? Oh, that's right, Egypt. So the same place the Book of the Law was written, in Egypt. So why is it that the Gnostic ideology and the Thelemic ideology come from the same place and are basically saying the same thing, which is different than the mainstream. Did Muhammad channel Allah like Aleister Crowley did Awas? Well, according to the official story, it was the angel Jibril, or as we know it, Gabriel. It was what the Muslims call it, Jibril. So according to the Muslims, the Quran came from the angel Jibril, which, you know, you can say Crowley would consider Awas his holy guardian angel. So no, it wasn't directly by God. No, I don't think anything came directly from God. If we want to be completely honest here, everything had some type of messenger. That's the whole purpose of a prophet, right? So, yes, Muhammad got the revelations from Jibril, who is the head of the angels. So Jibril is basically the top angel. So essentially the top angel. But we must understand the full context of that. And what I mean by the full context of that is, before people were worshiping Allah, they were worshiping the triple goddess. If you study the history of Mecca. Because when we see Mecca, we think the Muslims established Mecca, but they didn't. It was already established and they took it over. They said the Quran is all God's word. Of course, the same way they say the Bible is all God's word. Any holy book they're going to say is God's word, but that's the thing. It's not about God. It's not about that. Let me clarify myself here so that nobody's confused here. Because we can just use the Gnostic text. Because if we understand the Gnostic text, that is closer to Thelema. But let me give you a context so that you don't have to just take my word for it. See, we have no idea about the demiurge. Basically, mainstream Christianity. They don't acknowledge a demiurge. There is no demiurge in Christianity. It's only God and devil, you can say. The demiurge actually created this world. The world we exist in now is not a creation of God, according to the Gnostics. That's why I'm saying it's not about God. God didn't even create the fucking world. According to the Gnostics, it was created by the demiurge. God actually wants to free you from this world that he did not create at all. He had no part of this creation, according to the Gnostic perspective. Because we have to go into Sophia, and this is how we understand the Christ, because Sophia is the great mother. So let's get familiar with the story of Sophia so that everybody has a proper context. Again, I do not want anybody to just take my word for it. That's why I'm giving you all of the keys so that you can do your own research. And you're going to arrive at these same conclusions once you do your research as, okay, there's more than just this mainstream religious perspective. All religions are telling you the same thing. Worship God, fear God. The only one that's not telling you that is somehow the sciences that came out of Egypt or Kemet. They're telling you a different story. So let me give you the Gnostic perspective. Right? So the Gnostic perspective goes like this. You have the All-Father, because the Gnostics call it the All-Father. So there's no God. In Gnosticism, there's no God. It's just the All-Father or the monad. Okay? The monad created the heavens, not the world. See, that's the difference. See, in the Bible, it says God created the heavens and the earth, according to the Bible, but that's not what the Gnostic perspective is. That is a newer perspective. Remember, the Gnostic texts are older. These are basically the early Christians, so that people have a proper context. So when I say Gnostic, that just means early Christian, the first Christians, before the mainstream, before the Bible. So before a Bible, you had the Gnostic texts, and they were banned, and that's why they were buried in Egypt, because they were banned. And if you were found with these texts, you will get murdered, because that's how they were rolling with Christianity. Christianity was all about slavery. Just want people to know, do your research. Christianity was about enslaving you. If you did not believe in the Christ, you die. That's what I will give Islam credit for not doing that. See, the Muslims didn't do that. They didn't enslave you because you were a non-believer. They were always coming with peace. They didn't feel the need to enslave the people because they felt like their religion was just that powerful that you would convert if you heard the message of Allah. So I'll give the Muslims credit for not enslaving people. Christians had a whole different approach. They're killing everything, and then they're taking over and they're putting their religion in place of whatever was there before. That's their approach. So the amount of bloodshed that has been shed for the so-called word of God, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. Because if it's only one God, why does one God shed blood and the other one does not? It's all supposed to be God. Let us continue with the Gnostic perspective. So Sophia, or the Great Mother, gave birth to what is called the demiurge. It's called the demiurge because Sophia decided to create without the All-Father's blessing. So essentially, if you wanted to create anything, you had to get the blessing of the All-Father. He basically had to stamp it. He had to give it the okay. So Sophia decided, I'm not going to get the okay from the All-Father. I'm just going to do it my goddamn self because I'm that powerful. I don't need the okay of the monad. So essentially, Sophia, because she did not have the okay from the All-Father, she created what is called the demiurge. It's called the demiurge because it is a flawed creation. So essentially, she created a flawed being. This being was flawed because it didn't have the All-Father within it. And this demiurge is what created this world that we exist in now, not the actual monad or the All-Father. This world is not of the All-Father, but according to Christianity and Islam it is. And any other mainstream religion, they're going to all tell you that the All-Father created this world and the heavens. But again, this is new because early Christians didn't believe that. Their perspective was more Gnostic. So this is not what the early Christians believed. They eventually switched after this. You should also read the letter from Martin Luther King, because Martin Luther King broke it all down in his letter when he graduated from college at about 18. So he was a polymath. He was a genius. He graduated college at 18 when most people were just going to college at 18. He was already finished with it. So he wrote a letter talking about the origins of Christianity and how they all come from death cults. But you're not going to learn that in church. You're not going to learn that in the mosque. But Martin Luther King knew, and that's why they took him out, because he actually knew what was going on. He was not what we just look at him as a pastor, or he was all about peace. We don't even know. That's the mainstream. The mainstream wants to exalt that version of him. But if we study him before his death, he was changing his mind. That's why they took him out, because where he was going in the future, he was going to change everything that he was known for in the future. And they didn't want that. So they killed him. So all we remember is what he eventually got over. He knew the science. And he was going to reveal the science. And he was revealing the science. But it was only for those who have the proper ears to hear what he's saying. Most people just think, okay, he was just a pastor or a preacher, but he was nothing of the sort. Because he actually knew what was going on and wasn't afraid to speak about it. See, it's a lot of people that know what's going on, they're just not going to speak about it, but he did. But let us continue with the Gnostic story. So we got to Sophia with the demiurge, and the demiurge is the creator of this world, okay? Now we have to speak about the divine spark. The divine spark is about, that is the God within. So the God within is the divine spark. The divine spark is how we escape reincarnation, because the demiurge or the architect is all about you reincarnating. It wants to keep you within the cycles of reincarnation. Okay. What was the letter called? I'll bring it up. Don't worry about it. I'll bring it up so that you can have that information as well. I'll bring it up. So let me just finish out this section and I'll bring it up. We may even have to fucking read the shit. 'Cause again, people be thinking I'm bullshitting, but that's why I have to supply the scholarship. You see, I'm going to supply the scholarship. I ain't just reading and you guys don't know what's going on, so that you can always double check everything that I'm saying so that you can know that it's right and exact. There's no need to conceal anything. So the divine spark within us is essentially our ability to escape the cycles of reincarnation. And this is essentially where the Christ comes in, because the Christ, as the Redeemer or the divine spark, right? The Christ or the divine spark is all about redeeming that divine spark. So the purpose of the Christ, and again, this is why there's many different versions of Christ. Remember, you got Christ or Jesus. That's why I say Christ. Christ is different than Jesus or El Cristo Negro. Because if we study El Cristo Negro, or the Black Christ, he is the Lord of the underworld. But again, we don't have to get into that. There's many different versions of the Christ because everybody does not agree as to why he was here or his purpose. So there are some who exalt his death. That's Christianity. So when you see that dead man on the cross, that's Christianity. That is an idol. That's idol worship. The true Christ is the Christ in hell or the underworld, because that was his purpose. His purpose wasn't the fucking cross. See, this is too deep for Christianity, because they don't go no further than that. It's all about that cross and that dead man hanging off of it. But that was not his true work. His true work was to pass the test of the underworld, because remember, his goal was to die for everyone's sins, but not to die on the cross. The cross was just to initiate him into the underworld, and that's when he passed the true test. So the true test was to master the underworld, to become the Lord of the underworld. And this is where the story of Jesus and Osiris match. The Christ and Osiris, they actually link in that, because we know about Osiris. I spoke about that the last live stream. Osiris or Asar as the Lord of the underworld. So in that context, the Egyptian context or the Kemetic context, the Christ is actually Asar. The stories are similar in that fashion. But again, mainstream, it is not. The mainstream wants you to believe that the Christ died on the cross, and that was his purpose, to die on that cross. It was not. That just initiated him into the underworld. And that's when the true test took place. That takes us to Buddha, which is the first world religion. Buddha had to conquer the underworld. For those who are familiar with the story of Buddha, you know exactly what I'm talking about. When he was meditating under the tree, he had to descend into the underworld and pass test. So what is it? We see the same thing, whether it's Osiris, whether it's the Christ, or whether it's Buddha. They are descending into the underworld to pass test. Has nothing to do with what's going on the physical plane. The lords of the underworld have the hardest responsibilities. There is not multiple lords of the underworld. There is no plural. There are no lords of the underworld. Now, yes, if you say there are different lords, but it's always one. What do I mean? Like whether you're talking about Pluto or you're talking about Hades, they are not sharing The underworld is not shared with many gods. It's always one Lord of the underworld. Again, whether it's El Cristo Negro, whether it's Pluto, whether it's Hades, or whatever name we want to put, but it's only one at a time. Right? In the mainstream. All right? Exactly, there's many different names, but you're not going to find no story of the Lord of the underworld with someone else. He's ruling with someone else. It may be a woman, like Hades and Persephone, or Pluto and Persephone. No, Hades, not Pluto. Pluto is Roman. So Hades and Persephone, you will see that. So you will see a queen of the underworld and a king. You see a king and a king, but you ain't gonna see two kings. There's no two kings in the underworld. So that's why every lord of the underworld is spoken about singularly. It's only one at a time. Just different names, but it's always one. There's no two kings or many kings. They're just different names of the same one entity, right? And there's a reason for that. And that's what I'm explaining to you now, as the Christ is the Lord of the underworld. And that's why Christians don't, it's not that they don't know, they just don't acknowledge it. Because again, this is a part of Christianity. So in any culture can only have one. It's not that they can only have one, it's just only one. There are no multiple kings of the underworld. It's not, it's only one. And it's that way for a reason. And again, just like it's supposed to be one God. So why would it be one God but multiple lords of the underworld if it's only one God? What sense would that make? It's one God, but there's multiple kings of the underworld or queens of the underworld. What sense would that make? But just like it's supposed to just be one devil, right? One God, one devil. You never hear about multiple devils. Even though we know devil's a title, it's not an actual spirit, it's a title. Just like God is a title. That's why I say it's not about God. These are titles. This is not a name of an entity. Now, it would be different, like Yahshua, Yahawashah, so on. See, that's the actual name, okay. But if we're just talking about titles, it's only one. And this is because it's all science. It's science concealed in mythology. Mythology is just science. So this is why it's only one Lord or one God, one devil. This is speaking about deeper concepts that most people have no idea about because they get caught up in the mythology. Right? They're just fine with worshiping God or worshiping the devil or whatever their God is. They're not really trying to break the codes. That's the difference. They're not really cracking any codes. They're just fine with their worship of whatever deity that they choose to worship. So they're not seeking outside of those bounds because, again, if you're God-fearing, you don't want nothing to do with the underworld. You don't want nothing to do with other gods and goddesses. If you're God-fearing, that's the last thing you want. If you're a God-fearing man or woman, the last thing you want to come across is the book of the law. The last thing you want to come across is those Gnostic texts because it's going to completely shatter your mind. But again, these predate. The Gnostic texts predate the Bible. But all we know is about the mainstream. Again, the story of Buddha predates the Bible. Buddha had to face the Lord of the underworld before he became the Christ or the Buddha. Buddha is just another way of saying Christ. Buddha, Christ, same thing. That's why we see the same story. In order for you to get that title of a Christ, you have to descend into the underworld and ask deeper questions. That's what makes Buddha and Christ similar. They were asking deeper questions. How do I escape reincarnation? See, the Gnostic texts speak about that. That's the difference between the Christian and the Gnostic texts. The Gnostic texts speak about how to get out of reincarnation. The Christian text is just how to save your soul after you die. There's no talk of reincarnation because that will completely destroy the story of Christ being resurrected from the dead, because you're not supposed to be able to resurrect from the dead, right? So because you're not supposed to resurrect, just like you're not supposed to be able to communicate with the dead, this is why all this stuff comes up after the fact. So just make sure everything is good here. Yeah. So I'm just pointing all these things out so that it can be understood properly in this proper context. Because we know that, again, I know what I just read. You know, many people is not going to understand that third chapter of the book of the law. They're not going to understand it. Talking about child sacrifice and all this crazy. But again, we know that was a real happening. People were sacrificing their children and dedicated a whole religion to it, for those who know about Maloch. So we know that it's not even as strange as it may seem. That was okay. Especially if you look at the original context of death as a honor. See, in our original mind, we didn't fear death. It was an honor. It was an honor to be a blood sacrifice. As strange as that may sound, but that's how we believed in our ancient mind. That's why we were always slaughtering and doing it, even here in America. Just check out the Incan history. Check out the Incan people and the Incan Empire right here in America. They had a whole feast, a whole celebration about who's going to be the next sacrifice. They would compete with each other to see who would be the blood sacrifice. This is American history right here. They will compete to see who will be the blood sacrifice, because that was the highest honor. That means you go straight to heaven. The Muslims believe in the same thing. If you die, fulfilling the will of Allah, you go straight to heaven. Basically, if you're a Muslim and you make your pilgrimage to Mecca, and for whatever reason you die in the midst of your pilgrimage, you go directly to heaven. That's direct access to heaven. So these ideas are already known, right? But they're also foreign. You got to go into the deeper sciences. So the same way I'm talking about Gnosticism, the deeper aspect of Islam is Sufism, because the Sufis don't believe what the mainstream believes. That's why it's called Sufism. That means that's the pre-religion of Islam. So just like Gnostic means early Christians, well, the early Muslims were Sufis. And Sufis included the worship of the triple goddess. That's why in the Quran, which I still have it up, that's why the Quran just says over and over again, Allah does not have any partners. Do not worship anyone besides Allah. Allah has no child, no partners, no queens. Allah is singular. That point is just pushed in the Quran. And you would think like, oh, well, why? Why are they pushing this idea of one God? Who were they talking to? Who are these people worshiping more than one God? Oh, the early Muslims, or aka the Sufis. Because again, remember, Mecca was home of the triple goddess before Allah. Muslims have nothing to do with Mecca. Mecca was already in existence. Meaning, you could not shed blood in Mecca. It was forbidden to shed blood in Mecca. And to this day it's forbidden. But the Muslims didn't create that. That came from early Muslims, or the Sufis, or those who worship the triple goddess. So it was really the energy of the divine feminine that put that, not the divine masculine. So again, I'm just putting all these things into context. Because we see, this is why people are afraid to study history. Because history is going to lead you on the right path. So most people ignore it. We see it even in America. We hate looking at our past. Just look at the news. Just look at what we got to go through. We hate looking at our past because we know how filthy it is. We know the destruction that we've caused. However, again, what book did we do this under? the Bible. All right? Did the Pope not ordain slavery? What book do they worship? Okay. Slavery was legal and ordained by religion. So if that's not the most fucked up thing that can happen, you have a pope telling you that it's okay to enslave people and not pay them for their labor. I got a TikTok in my mouth, so that's why my words are slurring. You have a pope ordaining the enslavement of men, women, and children without profit, and they're 3/5 of a human being. This was all ordained by Christianity, not Gnosticism, not Thelema, Christianity. So this country, and again, I don't want to say, because I don't want to, not the modern 1492 and beyond. Modern America, not ancient America. Modern America was built on the back of that Bible. So they used that Bible even when they killed, when they hung, whatever wickedness that they did, that Bible was right there. I guarantee that Bible was present at every lynching. Every time a person was lynched, I guarantee that Bible was right there. Because to them, they was conducting a ritual. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. But of course, this is why we don't want to talk about the past. Because we have always found an excuse to justify the wickedness of Christianity. It's not positive. How can something be positive and it allows slavery to take place and everything I just mentioned? How is any of that positive? How is that for God? Of God? How is that of God when it's okay to completely destroy people's lives just because they believed something different? How is that of God? When you say the demiurge made this realm, I was thinking we are multi-dimensional because of the DNA. Therefore, it shouldn't matter what realm we are in, we exist in all. Well, we're here because of the demiurge. We're not here because of God. So that's why it matters. It matters because if you think God put you here and God ordained all of this bullshit, and you still pray to God and you still worship God, and God is ordaining all, essentially the reason why we suffer in the first place, the reason why there's any suffering in the world at all is because of God. If we want to do that, it's God's fault that we suffer. If God caused slavery, God caused capitalism, God caused people to be treated unfairly because this was ordained. So I mean, God did it all. This is why this is why it matters. Because once we understand that, no, that was not of God. God don't have nothing to do with that. God didn't ordain your slavery. God didn't tell you that you was 3/5 of a human being. That's not of God. That's of a lesser so-called God. See, when we put it in that context, that's why it matters. So that you understand what's really going on here. Because most people don't. Most people think this is the same God. And I do not understand how people do it. I don't understand how people do it. I don't. But somehow they do. Somehow it's okay. Motherfuckers still put the Jesus on the wall. The same Jesus that was on the walls of the slave masters. You don't think they had Jesus on their wall? You didn't think we had to stare at that Christ while we were tortured? Staring at that same symbol, that same idol? All right? "4D, 5D, is that the demiurge?" It'd be easier to understand the demiurge. You have to get deep. You have to get deep into Gnosticism. Like I know I'm kind of glancing over these things, but it's a lot deeper than even what I'm saying here. I'm just strictly trying to give you guys an introduction. It is way deeper than what I'm saying here. But again, 4D and 5D, we wasn't even speaking like that. That's new age talk. You're not going to find no 4D and 5D in Gnostic texts. That's new age talk. So of course you're not gonna find 4D, 5D. That's not really the proper language to use, because you're not gonna find that. You're not gonna type in 4D demiurge or 5D demiurge and find scholarship. There's no scholarship you're gonna find using new age language to understand ancient thought. You're not gonna find that. So don't even waste your time trying to put these things together. Because they don't go together. The Gnosticism stays with the Gnosticism, then the New Age stays with the New Age. Gnostics are known for having many sects with different beliefs and opinions, yet they seem to be accepting of their differences. Would that mean that there is no wrong way of looking at the stories? Absolutely. You are absolutely correct, Dank Wizard. There were many different sets of Gnostics. And they all didn't agree, because they all had a difference of who the Christ was. Let me give you an example, right? You had the Canaanites, but you also had the Sethians. Let me give you a difference, or a perspective of what they're speaking about. So according to the Sethians, Seth was the replacement for Abel, because we know Cain killed Abel. So God, or the demiurge, sent Seth as a replacement for Abel. So you have certain sets, or a certain set of Gnostics that believe the Christ to be Seth. So this is what I'm saying. This goes a lot deeper than what I'm saying here. So they believed in Christ, but their Christ was Seth. The Canaanites, their Christ was Cain. You can say, well, how was Cain the Christ? That's why his life was spared. He wasn't allowed to be killed by anyone, even though he killed. Even though he shed blood, no one was allowed to shed his blood, because he actually was rewarded. Remember, Cain offered the blood of animals, while Abel offered, the fruits and veggies, and basically Abel didn't shed any blood, but Cain did. So this is why we have the Canaanites, because he was spared from death. He was not allowed to be touched. That's why a mark was put on his forehead, for those who are familiar with the story. That mark shielded him. It made him invisible. It made him not be able to be touched, even though he committed murder. So you can say Cain was the first murderer, but the first murderer was spared. We see that in today's. It's everywhere, shit. Just look at hip hop or rap music. I don't want to say hip hop. Look at rap music. We exalt murderers, so that's nothing new. Gnostics is New Age. Emerald tablets predate them. And Thoth talked about the dimension. Gnosticism is not New Age at all. There is no correlation between the New Age movement and Gnosticism. The New Age movement was created in the 1970s. There is no mention of the New Age prior to the 1970s. The Nag Hammadi Library was discovered in 1945. There is no correlation in Egypt. So the Gnostic texts were discovered in 1945. The New Age movement was created in the 1970s. So Gnosticism predates the New Age just historically, if we just want to be absolutely correct. And again, I can go there with you, because you see I did the research. You know what I mean? So I'm not going to tell you a single lie, but I will tell you the truth. And if we're talking about the Emerald tablets, you can't really say that Emerald tablets predated Because the emerald tablets that we know about, do we really need to get into the authenticity of the emerald tablets? Do we really need to go into the history of the emerald tablets? The emerald tablets are not the emerald tablets. It's not. But again, I'm lying, right? I'm telling lies. And Thoth talked about dimensions, not in the way New Agers do. It's not the same language. Thoth, there is no 4D, 5D talk. Thoth did not say anything about 4D or 5D. That is New Age lingo from the 70s. You will not find 4D or 5D nowhere in those emerald tablets or nowhere in the Gnostic texts. Atlantis times. Okay, so exactly. So, well, I don't even know why we've been speaking about the emerald tablets then. If you know that history already. So if you know that history, then you already know that that is not the authentic copy. That's more of a writing by somebody who was very intelligent. So that's not authentic. I'm not saying that it's not valuable. I'm not saying that it should be looked at any differently. But just in the context of New Age, nah, you're not going to find that because that's older than that. Unless you can prove that the New Age is older than the 70s. But that's going to be hard to do because we know that there's no way that someone would just, I'm not going to say someone, it was not a collective idea into the 70s. So somebody could have said New Age before that, but it wasn't a collective idea until the 70s. Gnostics had many names for the true world or heavens. Yeah, see, this exactly. So if you know the story, then you know. But they wasn't saying 4D or 5D. That's not the language that they used. Emerald tablets is not real. No, it's not. Do the research and you'll figure that out yourself. So again, I apologize that I had to be the one to break it to you. But again, remember, I'm the one that read the tablets. I read the tablets before on the channel. I've already dealt with this. But again, if you do the actual history, then you will find that out. There's no such thing as actual emerald tablets. You can't go anywhere and see emerald tablets. Where are they? What museum are they in? Can you go see emerald tablets? Can you touch the emerald tablets? Can you actually read the emerald tablets to know that that's what it actually said? There's light in the words. See, I didn't deny that. See, I'm not here to say that it's not valuable. It's just not what we think it is. Because we think that, oh, this is a direct revelation from Thoth himself. Because it's written in first person. But again, look at the translator. See, let me give you the jewel right there. All you gotta do is look at who translated the emerald tablets. If you look at the translator and you look at who that is, then that will answer your question. That will answer your question, the translator. So I just did the hard work for you. There it is. You just saved countless hours of study. Just look into the translator. That's what light is real. Where is the emerald tablets at? Where is the location of the emerald tablets? And how can you verify that that is what they actually said if we need a translator? How do you know if that's what they actually said? Somebody had to translate that. How do you know that their translation was authentic? How do you know it's an authentic translation? Yeah, let's just say it is real. Just hypothetically. How do you know that the translator was right and exact? What college did he go to and learn how to translate? How did he, again, it's all there, it's all documented already. I don't even have to speak on it. It's already known. Well, again, I guess it ain't known. But you know now. Now, it's up to you whether you want to take heed to it. Again, I can't make you take heed to it. I can just tell you where to go and find the information yourself. And I told you, look at the translator. And that's going to tell you everything you need to know. This is what I'm saying. I've been doing this for a very long time. Been doing this for a very long time. You see how I just know these details? Did you see me look anything up? Did you? Oh, let me stop and let me make sure that's there. Or am I doing that? Or did I just know that? See? I just really do what I say I do, that's all. When do you guys ever see me referencing notes other than me reading literature or scholarship? I ain't even gonna call it literature. Unless I'm reading scholarship and I put the scholarship on the screen so you guys can read with me. When you guys ever see me referencing anything? Or is it all coming from the dome? And you see, I'm 3 hours, we 3 hours in. But again, you see, I done did 8 hours, 6 hours, 4 hours, 2 hours. With no references. But it's the truth because I can lead you to the references, just like I just told you where to go. Thought is an energy, light is an energy. See now we're talking about a whole different language. Show me where thought and energy is, since you know. Show me the scholarship that says thought is energy. Show me. Because I will put it right on screen and we will read it. And we'll destroy it all. Hermetics Kabbalion, what chapter? What page? I will pull it up right now. What chapter? What line? I'll pull it up right now. Kabbalion? Okay, no problem. Because if I'm wrong, then everybody's going to see it. Again, I'm not about to just allow. Okay, cool. If I'm wrong, then everybody's about to see it. So I'm typing in the Kabbalion. I'm bringing it up right now. So I'm just waiting for the chapter. I'm about to bring it up right now. See, just that quick. What page? That's all I'm waiting on now. No, thought philosophy is in the Kabbalion. Show me where thought is energy. You said thought is an energy. Light is energy. Where is that in the Kabbalion? That's what I'm asking you because you said it. And then you said the Kabbalion. So I'm asking for the page so that we can all see it. As above, so below. Again, I'm asking for the page number. We already know about the law of correspondence. I'm asking for the page number so that we can authenticate what you just said. I appreciate that, Mary. I'm just trying to gain some clarity here. Because I thought I was the one with the Egyptian name. I thought it was me. So I'm supposed to know this stuff, right? I would be disrespecting the whole culture if I didn't know this stuff. And I carry the name. So I'm supposed to know about hermetics, and this is supposed to be my field, right? So that's what I'm asking for. Scholarship. Show me some scholarship. It's a rod of Hermes, not energy system. I'm asking for the page. Show me where Thoth is energy, because you said it. And I have the Kabbalion right here. Show me the page so that we can read it. And if I'm wrong, it will be right there. And I'll give it up. I'm like, damn, it is right there. Let me shut the fuck up. So I'm asking, prove me wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm asking you to prove your case. I'm not saying you're wrong at all. Just prove it. If I'm fucking proving every goddamn thing, if I have to show the scholarship, if I have to read word from word, then show me the scholarship. We can go back and forth about what things mean all day, but what the scholarships say. That way we don't have to go back and forth, because we can look at the scholarship. And that will dissolve all confusion. The scholarship, that's what it's here for. I don't have a page, brother. I was generalizing. No problem. I respect the fact that you admitted that. That's all. It's all good. I ain't gonna beat you up over it. It's all good. I'm just saying, if anyone has a different perspective than me, I am completely open to verifying the scholarship. I'm not a scholar. It's not about, I said the scholarship. I said verify the scholarship. Scholarship is book. So I didn't say that you was a scholar. But you should read scholarship. Because you wouldn't have to generalize. You're like, yo, I read the Kabbalion. I know exactly what page it's on because I read it myself. Go to this page, read that line. That way we can all see it. But since the Kabbalion is up here, we might as well get into it since it's here. Let's see what it actually does says, or what it actually does say, so that we didn't just bring this up for no reason. So let's see. While we're here, let me cover my face. Let's see what we get here. The lips of wisdom are closed, except to the ears of understanding. Now, I fully agree with that line. That's why I'm here on YouTube. Not for the public, but for those who actually do understand. So that's why I revealed the secrets to those with understanding. And after this, I don't speak on it. I don't go around in my physical world telling people what the fuck they should or shouldn't be doing, or what they should or shouldn't be studying outside of this YouTube. And if people actually contact me on a personal level, I'm not speaking about any of these things. My lips are sealed outside of this environment, in a sacred environment. So we see here, this was originally published in 1908. So let's put this in context. 1908. When was the Book of the Law written? Oh yeah, that's right. 1904. 4 years before the Kabbalion. So that's just to kill any bullshit about what came first. There was no Kabbalion when the Book of the Law was written. The Kabbalion did not exist. So this was not information that most people were privy to. There was no Kabbalion when the Book of the Law was written. So I'm showing you the proof right there. It said it, the copyright 1908. All right. So who do you think influenced who? Who do you think influenced who? But anyway, that's for another day. Are the gods not energy consciousness? I thought this was common knowledge. And that's why I asked for the scholarship. It's not about common knowledge. It's about scholarship. We're not here talking about common knowledge. There is nothing I said here that's common knowledge. This is not a conversation about common knowledge and what the common person knows. They don't know any of this. They have never read the Book of the Law. This is not common knowledge. So no, that's not common knowledge at all. Thoth said things in the tablets that were in the Kabbalion. You see, we're still talking about the Kabbalion like it has more weight than the Book of the Law, and the Book of the Law came first. I know you didn't know that, and don't lie. I know you didn't know that. You was probably thinking the Kabbalion predated the Book of the Law, but it don't. And before the Kabbalion, see, let's just go to the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, right? Let's just go to, again, because I don't want to confuse anybody. Let's do the history. When were the Emerald Tablets not discovered? When was it translated? Not everything is in books, though. I don't think I believe that everything is in books. Do you know how many books exist? It may not be in English. See, I'll give you that. Everything may not be in an English book because everything has not been translated. They're still translating things into English. So yes, everything is not in English. But to say everything isn't in books, I don't think that's a true statement. Because everyone who had knowledge and wisdom wanted to document it, or if they didn't document it with the pen, they documented it with the word. And then someone else documented it with the pen. Tablets came before the Book of the Law. Let's find out. You said the tablets came before the Book of the Law. Okay, but I'm asking, what year was it translated? That's not what I'm asking. What year? Because if we didn't know it, it wasn't common knowledge. When was it translated so that you can actually read it? That's what I'm asking. When were the Emerald Tablets translated into English so that you can read it? Because if we're talking about before that, why does it matter? If you couldn't even read it, we can talk about the Emerald Tablets. But if they were not translated, then why does it matter when they were discovered if nobody can read it here, who English speaking people? And remember, we did not even understand the Egyptian language prior to the Rosetta Stone. I talked about that already. Before the Rosetta Stone, we had no idea how to crack the hieroglyphs. So you cannot tell me that, just because the tablets was there, nobody knew how to crack the code until the Rosetta Stone. And that's 1799. It took about 20 years to even translate that. So we had no idea what it said. Even if we discovered it, we had no way to crack the code prior to the Rosetta Stone. So the fact to say that, okay, well, it came before, we couldn't read it though. So even if it came before, if you couldn't read it, then what good does it serve you that it came before if you can't read it? If the Kabbalion wasn't printed till 1908. But let me show you, because again, I know you guys don't know when it was translated, so I'm going to show you when it was translated. because we don't really have to go past the Wikipedia page, really. Right, so let's just go straight to the Wikipedia page and see the year that it was translated into English, and then go from there. Could you see? I didn't mention the year it was translated. Let me show it. All right, so let me go to Emerald Tablets. And we know damn well it has a Wikipedia page. We ain't even got to do thorough research on it. We're just looking for a simple quote. I guess I can put the screen on. I'm going to turn my Wi-Fi off. There we go. Here we go. Alright, here's a Wikipedia page of the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. Alright. Let me make this a little bigger so you guys can see. Alright. So it says it was translated into Latin several times in the 12th and 13th century. So of course, but that's Latin. When was it translated into English? That's what we're looking for. And look at this. This is supposed to be the tablet, but you see right under it, it says an imaginative 17th century depiction of the Emerald Tablet. From the work, that's the translator right there, 1606. Anyway, I'm making this too easy for you guys. I'm making it too easy. Why does it have to be imaginative? Why does it have to be imaginative if it actually exists? If the Emerald Tablets are real, why do you have to draw an imaginative if it's actually a real document and it was actually discovered? What is the purpose of this? Anyway. So, let's see. Textual history. But again, we ain't trying to read all this. We're just trying to see when was it translated into English. Early modern versions. Okay. They might not have understood it in the 17th century. Are you kidding me? So we wasn't knowledgeable in the 1600s? Where would you get that from? We didn't have no knowledge in the 1600s? Are you familiar with what was occurring in the 1600s? AKA the 17th century? That wouldn't be an accurate statement. Do you know how many magical workings or magical books was written in the 1600s? But let us continue. They may not have understood in the 17th century. Well, it says the Latin was translated in 1541. So how wouldn't they understood it if they translated it into Latin in 1541? That's before the 17th century. So there's no way that they had no understanding of it if they can translate it in the 1500s. Let us continue. I don't even think they're saying it here. You see, they're giving you all this extra bullshit. So let me do it. Wikipedia is taking us through loops and hoops for no reason. So let me just type in, when were the tablets translated into English? Just to simplify this. Well, give me 1 sec. I just want to be authentic as possible here, so that there's no confusion. I bet a lot of those occult books were from France at the time, and mostly demonology. Right and exact. That is 100% correct. That is 100% correct. 1541 predates the Book of the Law. You are completely missing the point. You are completely missing the point. That's not the English translation. That is the Latin translation. Yes, we already understand that the Emerald Tablets predate the Book of the Law. But we're talking about the English. When were we able to read it? When was it available for the common tongue to understand? Because in 1541, the common people didn't speak Latin. If we know our history, remember the Bible was also in Latin. But you had to go to church because the average person didn't speak Latin. That was a real reason of church. See, people don't understand that now, because the Bible has been translated into English. But prior to the Bible being translated into English, you had to go to church because everybody didn't speak Latin. That was not the common tongue. See, people spoke Spanish, but not Latin. Just like people spoke Yiddish, but not Hebrew. But anyway. I'm just trying to find the year that it was translated into English. And they're not making it easy, as you see. They're not making it easy because they don't want you to know that. They're not making it easy. They're talking about when Isaac Newton translated it. They're not making it easy. You would think that it would be easy to know that information, but they're taking you through all this because they want to exalt Isaac Newton and all these other people. Anyway, but I'm gonna get that date for you guys. Then we'll move on. I wonder if they translate an older or original form of Latin. The people who speak it now speak Pig Latin. Yes, which is just common Latin. See, the Latin of the Bible, that ain't what they spoke. Most people never spoke that form of Latin. That was never the common tongue. It would be no need for Spanish. Just think about that. If everybody spoke Latin, what would be the purpose of Spanish being invented? Spanish is easier Latin for the common folk. So the common folk was taught Spanish, not Latin. You had to be a priest or a scholar. You had to be well studied to know Latin, to be able to read Latin directly from the Bible. The average person still can't do that to this day. They couldn't do it back then, and they still can't do it to this day. Because it was never the common tongue. Here it is. I got the date. I'm about to put it on screen. Oh, you're gonna love this. You're gonna love it. Oh, you're gonna love it. Oh. This is gonna make you cream in your pants. Look at this. Look at this. Let me put the screen. Look at this. Let me put it this way. Look at this. A literal English to Spanish translation, which includes the original 1939. 1939. There's the original from 1939. That's how it looked. So it wasn't until 1939 that we could even read this in English. Right here. It says it right here. 1939, the original, unchanged, unedited English edition. Unchanged, unedited. 1939. And there's the cover, which I know you've never seen before. Because you would know the date. So here you go. There you go. Yep. This is not about Book of the Law versus the tablets. I was actually looking forward to learning more about it from you because I don't know anything about it. So you wasn't around when I was actually reading the Emerald Tablets of Thoth? I've actually read the tablets before on YouTube. So I'm not saying any of this to say that the tablets don't have value, because I've actually read them before. I've actually broke them down before, live on YouTube like I'm doing now. Because why wouldn't I? Again, I hold an Egyptian name. Why wouldn't I be into the Emerald Tablets of Thoth? I'm not taking anything away from anything Egyptian or Kemetic. I'm just putting it into proper context. Because we're saying, well, it's older than this, it's older than this. When all I was speaking about was, when could we read it? Who cares when it was actually discovered if nobody can read it and nobody can translate it? You can find the emerald, you can find the gold tablets of Tahuti right now. But if you can't read it, what good is it going to do you? If it ain't in English and you can't read hieroglyphs, how is it going to serve you if you can't crack the code? So it wasn't until 1908, which produced the Kabbalion, and 1939, which produced the Emerald Tablets in English. Actually, I think it was later than that, because the original Kabbalion wasn't in English either. That's why it has two dates that it was published. Let me go back to show you what I mean. It's actually two dates that it was published, so you guys can see. So let me pull this back up. What the fuck? Look at this. I don't know how I got to this page, but look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Can you tell me what this has to do with the Emerald Tablets of Thoth? That pose. See, this is what they're doing to it now. What does the Kabbalion has to do with this? This looks like this is a woman meditating in half lotus position, utilizing mudras. What does this have to do with the Kabbalion? Anyway, this was just a random page. I was just crazy. But this is modern times for you. Two completely different schools of thought, two completely different sciences, but they're merged together somehow. They have nothing to do with each other. Anyway, let me go back to the Kabbalion so you guys can see the dates. I just found that hilarious. But you see, if you don't have that open, you would have missed that. The average person would have looked at that and not knowing. But you see, when you know, you can't be fooled. All right, here we go. So this is a Kabbalion. And if we look at the publishing dates, for one, the Masonic Temple, keep that in mind. Anyway, it even said the Yogi Publication Society. Anyway, you see two dates. That 1908 was probably Latin. So essentially, you could say this didn't even get translated to English till 1936. That's English. So that means this is 3 years before the Emerald Tablets was translated into English. So this didn't come to English until 1936. Then right after this, the Emerald Tablets. You think that's a coincidence? You think it's a coincidence that it was only a couple years difference between the publication of the Emerald Tablets of Thoth and the Kabbalion? So you telling me that they just discovered all this at the same time? Or was there not a movement to translate these works into English around those times? All right. So, what is the conclusion? I mean, Crowley, wicked old Crowley, put the game down before them. It just is what it is. We may not like it, we may hate it, but he gave us the translation. Well, actually, it wasn't a translator, that was a direct experience. Even though, of course, the Book of the Law is in all languages now, but it was laid down in 1904, before any of this Egyptian energy came into the planet, for the commoners to understand. So around this time, the commoners didn't understand any of this stuff. See, we have the ability to go to the Kabbalion and the Emerald Tablets to better understand the Book of the Law. They didn't have that ability. So that's why we can so easily get these things mixed up. Just like you saw that woman doing yoga, even though it's telling you to download the Kabbalion. See, we blend things together just so easily. Like, for example, you know how many people that don't know the difference between vibration and frequency? I'm just going to give you a quick New Age example. Ask the average person what's the difference between vibration and frequency. They couldn't tell you, even though they would swear up and down they're New Age to the core. They don't even have a solid difference between the two. They use them interchangeably. It's all over YouTube. All over YouTube. Look at this using this shit's like they mean the same thing. And they're completely different. They're actually opposite. But yeah, I blame YouTube though. YouTube made just anybody think they can get up on here and say whatever the fuck they want to say. And some people have done so and become very successful. Just spewing out nonsense. But that's what YouTube wants. Because you see, if you're not spewing out nonsense, then you're definitely not going to get backed by YouTube. But again, if I came on here lying, I would get backed. See, that's the catch-22. If I was hell-bent on telling lies, 100,000 subscribers. If I just decided, oh, these people are just too stupid to know what's really going on, because that's how other people think. Yes, the false prophets. They think you're too stupid and I'm too stupid to understand what's really going on, so they need to translate everything. just spewing out the most ridiculous nonsense. That's honestly why I don't get my knowledge from YouTube. I deliver it to YouTube. Before me, it didn't exist on YouTube. That's the difference. That's why when I speak, I bring new energy to YouTube. I'm not just repeating what somebody else said, because nobody else is talking about this. I guarantee it. I know because I looked it up. You may have a couple people like reading the book of the law, but it ain't too many people that understand it at all. Because they not to say that they don't understand it, but they ain't talking about it. Can truth exist without falsehood? So are you saying truth is the opposite of falsehood? Is that the statement you're making? That they're opposites? I just want to establish that before the question is answered. So are you saying truth is the opposite of falsehood? Because if that was the case, then maybe you would be right. But let me verify that that's what you're saying before I give you my answer. But yes, that's the difference between me and everybody else. I don't get my information off YouTube. There is no information to get off YouTube if you studied up enough. There's nothing to get off of YouTube. Because how many people are quoting scholarship? Or are they giving their own opinion? How many people are quoting scholarship? Yes, but now you're making me question it. And that's what I'm supposed to do. Because I want you guys to have a thorough understanding of these things so that we don't get mixed up in the sauce. With all the bullshit, it's too much bullshit. That's why I'm here. I'm here because this is overloaded with bullshit on YouTube and just the whole world. Overloaded with bullshit. I'm just here to bring the balance. That's why I say I don't get no information off YouTube. I go to scholarship. And then I reveal it to you guys. That's the difference between everybody else. People come to YouTube trying to learn things. Listen to people giving their opinions, and they are not studied up. How are we getting our information off of people who don't read? You can tell who read and who doesn't by what they're saying and what they can quote. Because you see, once you read things, it locks in your mind. Hence, that's why I can come on here and speak for hours. We're 4 hours in. Because there's just so much in my brain. Because all I do is study. Even when I don't want to. And again, I just come on YouTube to reveal some of it. Because it's not on YouTube. It will serve me no purpose to repeat what's already on YouTube. That's why I try to give YouTube a new energy. It's the whole purpose of this. And the wave I come in is the wave of 93. I come in the name of 93. But you see, even before I was saying 93, I had became a Mun Asheranu. I had took on the Kemetic energy. That's what led me to the 93. I didn't always know about this stuff. But I guarantee I wouldn't have learned about this had I never took my title. I wouldn't have known this. I had to become more and more and more advanced from work and scholarship. Work, scholarship, spiritual work, scholarship. And that's why I'm just gonna read more. That's just what I gotta do. I gotta read more. But to you guys, I have to quote more scholarship. Because if I just get my opinion and people just say anything, oh, that's not right, then how can I say that they're wrong? Until I bring out some scholarship. Then we'll see who's right or who's wrong. Is vibration faster movement since it's the opposite, isolation. Which is slower in frequency. How many times an object does something. Like, for example, a chakra spins 30 times or 300 times in a second, 300 hertz. Is it fact or cap? Well, we can make it very easy. I know that was a very technical way of explaining it, but we can keep it even simpler than that. It's as simple as this. Energy is masculine, vibration is feminine. There you go. It's just that simple. Vibration is feminine energy or magnetism. Vibration equals magnetism. Frequency equals electricity. So now we're really talking about the difference between electricity and magnetism. And we know that there is a huge difference between magnetism and electricity. Right? So that's the simplest way to break that down. They're opposites. So anybody who is using those words interchangeably, you need to stop listening to them because they're not telling you the truth. If they're just using the words, so how can they be telling you the truth if they don't even know that? But they speak it out their mouth as if they do. It's just that simple. And we wonder why people are so fucking confused. Because they listen to people who don't read. All it takes is some basic reading to know that. But you see, why is that not common knowledge? You got to talk to somebody uncommon to get a basic definition of words we use interchangeably in the new age, the so-called new age. We use all these fucking terms and don't even really know what they mean. And whose fault is that? It's the faults of people like me who's supposed to be correcting all of this madness. I feel like I'll go to hell if I don't do what I do. If I don't correct the madness, and I'm gonna go to hell because I just let it happen and I just sat by and just let it happen. That's the only reason I'm on YouTube. It's the only reason I'm on YouTube. Just watching other people like, what the fuck is these? That's it. That gave the birth to me being on YouTube. I'm like, all right, well. See, there was a change. See, this is what most people don't know. That I've pretty much been a part of YouTube the entire time. My first video was uploaded in 2007. YouTube was created in 2005. So I have been creating content literally the entire time YouTube has been in existence except the first 2 years. So I have seen, I remember when you could customize your homepage. You can put your own background. Originally you can comment on directly to people's pages instead of just videos. Who remember when YouTube had a star system where you can actually vote between 1 and 5 stars? Before they had the like and the dislike button, before the like and the dislike, it was a star system. That may be too old for you guys, but I remember it because I was there. I was a part of it. So again, hold on. Give me 1 second here. Let me reload this page. Let me reload this page. One second. Just want to make sure everything is flowing smooth here. Give me 1 second. Can you guys still hear me? Because this YouTube page is freezing up. Can you guys still hear me? Without any issues? Because if so, then I'm going to keep going. Yes? Okay. Alright, so it's just a YouTube page then. Okay. Alright, I'm not gonna worry about it then. So, let me continue with what I was saying. I mentioned that because I've seen the evolution of YouTube. I remember when you wouldn't even, there was only a small amount of people talking about spiritual information because it wasn't common knowledge. Remember, The Secret didn't come out till 2009. And that's when the whole law of attraction thing came, even though, that's been around for longer. But it didn't become mainstream till after The Secret came out, the movie and the book. So that was 2009, so that's over 10 years ago, right? Now, I remember being a teenager, looking up this type of information and finding authentic sources because everybody wasn't talking about this. I first learned about mixing mugwort with herbals from your channel back in the day. That's what I'm saying. I've been doing this for, who knows? I got over 1,000 videos. They're just on private. But yeah, it's been over 1,000 videos. So that in and of itself should let you know, like, what's really going on here. How many people you know have over 1,000 pieces of content that's valuable, right? Anyway, now we got more prosperity gurus because of it, along with zeitgeist. So let me tell you the story, because again, most people don't know, because they were not around to know. All right, there we go. Again, even if they were watching YouTube, that does not mean they were creating content. Right? So I've been a content creator since essentially 2007, uploading to YouTube. And I can show the proof. I still have my original channels. I can bring up the dates. All is still on YouTube. I just don't reveal the names because there's no reason to reveal it now. I don't need to show any old content. But I have the evidence nonetheless. But let me get back to what I'm saying. So when I would research these things as a teenager, I would find authentic sources because everybody wasn't speaking about it, meaning only the experts were speaking about it. If you were not an expert, you were not talking about it. So that anything spiritual, anything astrology, any numerology, any of these things, you had to know what you were talking about, because why would you make YouTube videos and you didn't know what the fuck you was talking about? Remember, this is before you was getting paid. See, this is the big thing. The change happened when people were able to get paid and make money from it. See, originally, back in those days, YouTube wasn't cutting no checks. So you see what that means? That means you had to do it from your heart, not a paycheck. YouTube wasn't signing no paychecks originally. It was just all about putting yourself out there for the greater world to see. And it was easy to go viral back then. Because again, it was a new phenomenon to people. Remember, this is before YouTube was bought by Google. So after YouTube was bought by Google, that's when YouTube became corporate. That's when we see, what we see now is a manifestation of Google and YouTube. So Google bought the blueprint and then made it what it is now, which is utter nonsense. So this is essentially because of Google. It is what it is, right? So once people were able to make money, then you had people come with the lies, because it was all about, hey, if I get people to believe me, I can get paid. So once people had that dollar sign in their mind, we know what came next. Right? Then what is it? It was Love, She Wrote. Or it was All She Wrote after that. Because we see that every day. You know how many people that just do shit for a paycheck? How many people are just doing things for paychecks? Not because they actually love what they do. See, that's the difference. You had to love what you do because you were not getting paid for it. That's essentially, that's why my channel's the way it is. It's like, this is just the original. That's why I don't put ads on my videos. YouTube does not cut me a check. I do not get checks from YouTube. But that's just because I've been around that long. I know how it is to not give a fuck about a check from a corporation. I know how to navigate those waters because I've been doing it. So that's why I say I'm more so one of the originators when it comes to this YouTube game, because I was around before you can get a check, putting in work. And even to this day, still putting in that same work over 10 years later and not concerned with a check. Because if I was concerned with a check, I would not be doing videos. I would have stopped years ago when I got shadow banned. I would have stopped then and there, like, oh, I can't get paid. And that's what most people check out, because they can't get paid. But what did I do? I continued to go, because I'm like, oh, I see what this is. I just got to go back to the original format. Which is what? The people. I might not have YouTube on my side. I may not have Google on my side, but I have the people on my side because I actually give them some type of value. Currency. That's the difference. Currency. So just like I said, vibration versus frequency. Most people don't know the difference between money and currency, even though I've spoke about that already. But that's essentially what we are. Most people are doing it for a check because they understand money. They don't understand currency. I do this for currency. That's the difference. That's why I'm still here. I should have been broken down and fucked up because I'm not getting paid. But why am I still here? Because I understand currency. So I'm going to make you guys suffer because YouTube wants to be a capitalist or wants to be capitalistic. So now you guys got to suffer because YouTube wants to change its terms of service. Now you guys suffer for it. That wouldn't be fair. All because I can't get paid for it. Now you guys suffer. See, that's the difference between me and everybody else. Everybody else, they don't give a fuck if you guys suffer. If they're not getting paid for it, they ain't gonna be there. I guarantee it. I fucking guarantee it. But this is a difference between the practitioner and the hustler. YouTube is dominated by hustlers, not practitioners of the arts. Because if you are a practitioner of the art, you don't care about getting paid from YouTube. Again, other than what the people give. And that's why I said earlier, other than what the people give, there is no money coming from YouTube or Google. Other than what the people give. Other than what I receive directly from the people. That's it. But yet I continue. See, we 4 hours in. Last time I gave you 6 hours. Giving you 8 hours. You are a true master. I had to earn it though. That's why I don't go around bragging about it. You know what I mean? Because I had to put in the work. I'm not a self-proclaimed master. Proclaimed, actually. I'm not a self-proclaimed master. I'm a master because I said it. No. Funny you say that. I won't make videos unless I got paid or unless I had too much money to be canceled. And salute to you. Salute to you. I don't knock anybody who thinks like that. Because I know how this world is. I know you got families to feed. Or a family to feed. Motherfuckers got bills to pay. So I completely understand. I do not knock you for that. It's very smart. It's a smart way of thinking. As they say, if it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. Right? I'm not gonna tell you nothing different. I'm not gonna tell you nothing different. All I can say is my experience as to why I do what I do. It was never for a check, because I was around before the checks were being cut. So I never cared about the check. It was cool when it was coming in years ago. But when it dried up, I didn't stop making content. It hurts so much. You attract so much opposition. It's conjured up when you take this path. I've been betrayed and much more since I took it seriously in my formative years. Yes. It's a hard decision to make. That's why I said I don't blame anybody who decides a different path. I don't blame you. I completely understand, because this is not easy to do. I just make it look easy. Oh yeah, you can just talk for 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, 2 hours. Well, anybody can just run their mouth. I know it looks easy, but it's not. Because yes, you're right, it's a path. And you're going to get judged by that path. Anybody can look at my content and have a preconceived notion of who and what I am, just based off of my content, not ever meeting me in person. But trust me, when you meet, I'm not going to say when you meet, but if you meet me in person, it's the same energy. Right? Like, I guess if you don't know me, I probably look scary. But if you do know me, you understand. That's why I fuck with you. I can't relate to the others. This is more underground, more hidden, more my style. The new age stuff is becoming mainstream. 2009 and onward. That's when it happened. That's when the shift happened. And remember, I'm saying 2009, so that's pre-2012. Because once 2012 came around, it was a wrap. It was a fucking wrap. It was a wrap. Now everybody wants some. Everybody, oh, this is the end of the world. Oh, this is spiritual evolution. Everybody's running their fucking mouth. What's up, son? What's up, OG? Right? So you see, when we put the timeline together, we can understand the evolution. That's why I'm not saying that YouTube is in a bad place. That's why I'm still here. YouTube has a monopoly on the game. That's why I'm still here and not somewhere else. So I understand the value of YouTube. So even though I may not like all of his business, again, am I going to make you guys suffer because I don't like the business of YouTube? Or do I feel in my soul that I will be taken care of because I do this, because I choose to do what no one else will? Do I just have a determined idea, this is exactly what I'm supposed to be doing? And if I don't do it, it's just not going to be done. Literally, the only one in the entire planet. There's no one else that can do the job. If it was, then they would be doing it. But we don't see them, do we? Where are they at? So I'm just speaking facts. Again, it's not to beat up on anybody. It's not to be disrespectful. I'm just giving you guys a timeline of the change that occurred and why YouTube is just flooded with nonsense and why people get shadow banned because of all the filters, because they label it misinformation. And again, let me talk about the disease or something. They're going to put a little information box under my video. You know that this is what it's really talking about. This is what they do now. Let me talk about the flat earth or something. They're going to put a little dialogue box under my video. This is what it's really talking about. You know this is really pseudoscience. That's why I don't put titles in my videos no more. Because they're going to put a little box trying to correct what I'm saying. So what I got to do, I have to be more skilled. That's why the title, what's the title of this? Amon Ashranu live stream. I don't name it till after the live stream is over. After the video is already up. Then I put in what I was actually talking about after the fact. That's why I do that. Because if I did it before the fact, I've done it so many times. I would try to go live with like a demonic title. They wouldn't let it through. So that's why I stopped doing that. If I put some craziness into the title, they're not even gonna let me go live stream. So I have to rename it after it's done. It's finesse, but at the same time, it loses viewership because that's what make people click the videos, the interesting titles. The only people that's looking at this video is those who already know me or that's trying to get to know me. But let me put flat earth, COVID, and all this other stuff. We had double the views, and I'm going to prove it to you guys. I'm going to be doing videos with some crazy titles. Probably my next video. Take heed. Take heed now. My next video was going to be crazy title, and just look how different that the energy is going to be. See, I do see the only people that's in here is people that actually, fuck with me. But I started putting other things in the title. There's going to be a bunch of people who have no idea what I am. Or no idea who I am. And they just click the title because of what the title says. So it'd be a lot more madness, in the chat and all that. People just saying any goddamn thing. Because they just clicked on it based on the title, not because of who I am. See, again, people who click on it now, they clicking it based on who I am. Not, not the title. So again, just take heed. When I put some ridiculous title up there, then you guys, I remember. Who remembers when I did a live stream? What is the name of that live stream? Let me look it up. Who remember this? Cause I remember this. Oh, it was something. It was something about the devil. Let me see. No, I remember this because I think I had the most viewers I've ever had. Basically live watchers, not viewers, but it was more people there watching me than ever before. Because I had some crazinesses, but let me go to it. Jesus will return to the chat if you change titles. Yeah, exactly. So what you remember, what I'm saying. I had a crazy title and motherfucking Jesus came in trying to negate everything I was saying. So fucking Jesus lover came in like anything I was saying. Nope. Christ says this, the Bible says it's trying to negate everything I'm saying. And I didn't block him. I just let them go because, trying to be civilized. I'm like, well, everybody has their own decision to make. Because if I block them, I'm like, now I'm being biased. That's why I don't block people. Even if you disagree with me, I'm definitely not going to block you just because you have a difference of opinion. It's my job to make my point understood. It's not you guys' job. It's my job to make my point understood. And if I do so, then they will come to an understanding of what I'm saying if I explain myself properly. So that's what I do. I try to explain myself properly. And sometimes I will bring the literature, I keep trying to say literature, the scholarship. I will bring the scholarship to back up what I'm saying too, if there is any doubt. And that's why I do it. So you guys know it's not just my opinion. I'm coming from the ancient thought. I'm coming from the ancient mind. I'm just using modern words to explain these things. I think the live was about the sexual underworld. So look at you. I'm about to make you guys moderators. So that means you guys have been around for a very long time. I'm going to make Tech Maz and Dank Wizard making you moderators. See, because you helping me to remember stuff that I don't even remember. The fact that you even remember that means you've been around for years. And for that, absolutely, I'll give you salute. You a moderator. Just for being around. Listening to me spew out utter madness for years. And you didn't get the fuck on. You stayed down and allowed the authenticity to show and prove itself. So Let me reward you for your years of work. Because I know it's work just listening to my ass. I know it's work just listening to my ass. Boom. So let me upgrade you in rank. There you go. A deity at every four-way intersection. Sure. There's definitely crossroad deities. I agree with that. Sure. I agree with that. It may have been witchcraft or Satanism. Yes, it was something crazy. It was something crazy. But you see, when I put something crazy in the title, it brings a bunch of stupidness. However, it gets the views too. The catch-22. I'm like, God damn, do I need to talk crazy just to get views? Apparently so. How to summon the devil? No, it wasn't. That wasn't a live stream. There is a video called I did do a video called How to Summon the Devil, but no, that's not the video. Let me just get the title. Give me a second. So I can. Trust me, if enough people show up, I may unblock my videos. I'm like, nah, you guys remember this shit? Like, god damn. See, in the videos, well, shit, I can just put it on screen, huh? So we see, let me actually make it bigger. Uh-oh. Now I'm giving y'all behind the scenes look. I missed the video about the sexual underworld. Oh, wait a minute. I remember that. Here we go. And yeah, you remember the other madness I was talking. That's what I'm saying. I be channeling those spirits. You see what they be saying. Anyway, I'm giving y'all the bird's eye view. Uh-oh. Look at that. Look, I'm about to hit the live. Oh gosh. Look at this. Uh-oh. Oh, I think these are all public. Oh, now we're going to the private videos. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Oh. Look at that. Oh. Damn. 2020. So just to show you guys, goddamn, look at this. Look at this shit. Been putting in work for a long ass time. It's make me feel old. Look at this. Look at all these fucking videos. And these are live. This is not even a pre-recorded. In the white, he said, in the white shit that the weed man sprinkled in your blunt. God damn. See, that's why I had to make you guys, I had to make you moderators. Look at this. Y'all remember this? I changed my name to King Fortune. Look at this. But let me get to the video. We ain't gotta go down memories lane. Let me get to what I'm trying to show you guys. Look at this. God damn. But like I said, all this is hidden because it ain't for the public. I think this. No. Look at this renegade hoes. Look at the madness. This is the origins of pimping. The devil's toolbox. Look at this shit. The devil's toolbox. Look at this shit. Yeah, the crystal on the head. Look at this. How pornography leads to enlightenment. Look at this. The science of the drip. That's funny. That's hilarious. The science of the drip. That's after that the devil's get experience. Have you thought about sharing the private videos to your closed supporters? Sure. Yeah, I probably would. I probably will end up putting them on the website. I should. But again, it's hundreds upon hundreds upon this. It's over 1,000 videos, so it's gonna take some time. Look at this. The secrets of Satanism. Just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. The amount of stuff. That's why I had to hide this. I'm like, what am I doing? Releasing this stuff to the public, trying to get on or whatever. Nah. But anyway, I just need to know the title of the video. See, look, you see this? Emerald Tablets of Thoth. You see that? The Emerald Tablets. There it is. Been doing this 3 years ago. 3 years ago. Emerald Tablets. We ain't new to this. Look at that. Look at this. Emerald Tablets. Chapter by chapter. You see, 2 hours. So we've been on it. Let's see. So I'm just giving you guys a bird's eye view. Alright. Everything is still here. It's just concealed in darkness until further notice. Until I can filter through all this madness. I say that because these were channels. So let me make this clear before I continue on. These were channels, okay? These were channels. None of this was filtered. It was not filtered. So everything that was coming out of my mouth was a direct channel. That's why I hid them. I'm like, I need to go back and see what the fuck I was talking about. Because I don't remember. It was a channel. I don't remember what I was talking about. Most of the time I don't. Most of my content is channels. I don't be knowing. I don't know if you guys peeped that though. I don't know if you peeped it. Most of the time, I don't know what I'm going to say when I hit the record button or the live button. I don't be I'm like, oh, I don't know what I'm going to talk about. Record. Then I found out. That's majority of this. That's why the majority of this content, I don't remember it because I didn't even know what I was going to say before I said it until I got into the mode. Then it came out the way it came out. But it was no premeditation with that. So the fact that I be revealing information never before heard on YouTube, and is not on purpose, because it ain't like I wrote it down. Okay, I'm gonna talk about this, and this. That's not how it works. I don't be knowing. Would you ever do a meetup, like a group meetup or something like that? Yeah, sure. If people are not afraid. So it ain't me. I just gotta know who can handle the information. You know what I mean? It ain't me. Anybody can handle the information. It's all good. You always seem so organized in thought and action. That's why I call it a channel. That's why I call it a channel, because it is, in that way, it is organized. That means everything that was said was supposed to be said. So that's how you know. Again, most of y'all probably didn't know that. Majority of my content is in the moment. Even this one. You think I knew that I was gonna read the Book of the Law today? You think I knew I was gonna be talking about the Emerald Tablets of Thoth and the Kabbalion? You think I knew that I was gonna be talking about this right now, showing you guys behind the scenes? You think this is planned? I'm showing you behind the scenes. I've never done this before. This is the first video I've ever showed the behind the scenes of my YouTube. I've never did this before. Never thought you were channeling. Yeah, I was. I didn't tell you guys that. Because I had to make it authentic. I'll let you know now. But yes, majority of the time, I don't know what's going to come out of my mouth until after the fact. That's how I created 1,000 videos. And I'm like, oh shit, I don't even remember the title of most of this stuff. Imagine me trying to organize 1,000 pieces of content with all different forms of information. Imagine me trying to organize that. Ale fresh as hell. Shit, I should play that. I should play that shit. I should play it. But you see him going all over the place. Let me find this title. Look at this. Astral sex with demons. Crazy. The power of erotic and obscene imagery. Here we go. The sexual underworld. But this one, look at this one. Life is like a vintage porno. You see this? Look how many views that got. That got 46,000 views. You see, but look how crazy that title is. So I'm just showing you guys proof. Here's the proof. I literally had to put pornography in the title to get those type of views. Look at that. Look at these views. You see, when I say the most craziest things, that's what happened. But let me say something more intelligent. Then you see this one, 500 views. See, last live stream of May, sacred marriages, 500 views. See, if I'm talking about sacred marriages, 500 views. If I'm talking about pornography, life is a pornography scene or a vintage porno movie. Oh, everybody wants to see that. But that's just how YouTube works. That's just the human psychology, right? Anyway, I just want to know the title. But I wasn't expecting to see all this madness. Look at this. Yeah, this is when I was in LA. Look at this shit. Look, what do you say? Would you do a meetup? Look, ask me anything Los Angeles meetup. I did a meetup in LA, in Atlanta, a couple other places. So I've done meetups before, but that's when I was more open. See, this is before I was introduced into the dark. The 9 elements of black magic. See, this is when I was in DC. See, that's the Washington Monument. This is me in DC. That's me in Atlanta. Final thoughts on Atlanta. So I revealed the secrets of Atlanta when I went down there. So you see, I've been all over the place. You see, working. Still trying to find that video though. And you see, like, I look different. As you see, all these different phases I went through. That's Scorpio for you right there. All I gotta do is cut my hair and I look completely different. Let me cut off my facial hair. I can transform my look instantly. It's xenomathematics. How to have strange and mystical experiences. This is what I'm saying. It's 1,000. It's ridiculous. I don't think it's nothing I haven't touched on. The satanic rites. Look at this shit. I'm getting closer though. I'm getting closer to what I'm looking for. How to resurrect yourself from the dead. Crazy. What to do at the witching hour. I was here for the travels from city to city. Salute to you, Evan. Salute to you. It's been a long journey, but we just getting started. Though. How to develop your light body, how to have a psychedelic experience, how to not get trapped in the matrices. Remember, no preconceived notions. Everything, all these titles, I had no idea what was going to come out of my mouth before I hit the record button. Just want to let that be known. What it really means to be in the new age. So yeah, I guess that would be a reason to get people to the website, right? So you can view over 1,000 videos. See, I already have exclusive videos on my website. It's over 400. Right, so I already got 400 pieces of exclusive content on the website. But if I add 1,000 videos, now I have 1,400 pieces of content. Maybe that'll get people to sign up. Why not, right? Why not? Because this is all channels. So now you can have a different perspective of what was actually going on here. Okay, we're getting closer. Again, I just wanna look at the title of that video. We're getting closer. Yeah, we're getting closer. We're getting closer. Weedology, the science of the devil's leaf. Oh man. The first video I seen was how to activate superpowers. Yep, that was back in 2013. That was the first year of this current channel. That's why I made you. That's why I made you a moderator, Dank Wizard. I think you was a moderator before. I don't know how you. I don't think I took your wrench from you. I don't know how that happened. But yeah, if you've been around for a while, here it is. This is the one I was talking about. Witchcraft and satanic rituals. There we go. That's the one I was talking. Oh, let me put the screen back on. Yeah, fucking screen. There we go. That's the one I was. Witchcraft and satanic rituals. 4 years ago. Look at it. 3,400 views. Then had to deal with Jesus. I think I later blocked his ass. After the fact. I don't even think you would be able to see it if I played back the chat. Cause I probably blocked his ass before. Cause then this motherfucker started coming into every one of my videos and just start talking about Jesus. I think I had to block their ass. They just became overwhelming. It was just overwhelming. I'm like, man. As soon as I talk about witchcraft and Satanism, the Christians lose their fucking mind. Anyway, let me hit this. So, just to prove what I'm saying, what does that say? Look at the very bottom there. You see where it says your estimated revenue is $0. So if anybody think I'm bullshitting, I didn't make a single penny. And you see it says the monetization was on. And they still didn't give me a cent with the monetization on. So it is what it is. So there's a proof. You guys need proof. There it is. And I can click on any of these videos. So let me click that. See if the actual live chat plays back. Let me see. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. I don't know. I just want to see if you guys can see this idiot. But I don't think it's gonna show. Here we go with these fucking ads. Like, who wants to see this right now? You see what I mean? Why in the fuck is this under this type of video? Look at this. Look at this. What does this have to do with this? Anyway, let's not lose. Okay, these are just other videos. But no, I don't think they're not letting me show the live chat. Nah. But yeah, here it is. But yeah, they're not actually showing me the live chat. I think you need ads on the videos. Well, that's what happens when you monetize the videos. When you monetize your videos, they put ads on the videos, and that's how you get paid as a content creator. So YouTube isn't paying you directly. YouTube is giving you a percentage of the ad revenue. Click on no. I'm not gonna actually show the video. I just wanted to see if I could play back the live chat, so you guys can see the idiocy of what I have to deal with. So no, I'm not gonna actually play the actual video. I just wanted to remember what the name of it. Oh, you're saying I have to hit the full screen first. Okay, I think that's what you're saying. Hold on. Well, if I hit the full screen, it's still not letting me see the live chat. See, it only allowed me to manipulate the playback speed and the subtitles. So nah. Huh, maybe if I maybe I have to look at this actually on the let me see. Because if I'm able to pull it up, on the actual computer, I may need to actually just pull it up on a computer. If I can pull it up on the computer, then I'll show you guys. I just may not be able to pull it up on the phone, or they're just not letting me see the live chat. So let me actually try to pull it up on the computer screen, and I'll just share my screen here if it works. I follow you on 6 accounts. God damn. Yes. We've been here almost 10 years with this channel. This channel was created in 2013. So we about to be in 2022. So yeah, in that time, I produced 1,000 pieces of content, over 1,000. And then again, not including what I've done already on the website. So it's closer to 1,500 pieces of content. 1,500 or 1,500, if I'm saying that wrong. 1,500. Yes, 1,500 is right. Yeah, okay. But let me see if I can pull up this live stream. If I can't, then I'm just not gonna worry about it. You guys saw what I was trying to show. But I can actually still show you guys the screen. Let me go to the first video I ever did. Let me go to the first video. Sort by. No. It's not letting me go to the front. Here we go. So that means I gotta go all the way down this bitch. They making me do the long way. Alright. Y'all remember this. This is what I was doing earlier this year. Daily predictions. But I stopped doing it. Because as you see, 48 views, 56 views. People didn't give a fuck about this. So man, what am I doing that for? That wouldn't get no love. Anyway, that's not why we're here. I want to go to the. This may take. Like they really making me stroll down this whole shit. Alright. What are archdemons, archdevils? Why time is money? Anyway, we had to go through. I just want to show you guys the first video. Wow, okay, and I'm gonna also pull this up and see if I can bring up the live chat. 1 second. Spirits of the Van Pre Pombagira. See, some of these videos are actually on the website. Like for example, Spirits of the Van Pre, that's a public video, but then on the website, Pombagira, so that's a website video. So some of these videos are website videos. Oh yeah, I remember this in LA. You guys probably don't remember this. The Hollywood Cross. The Holy Mother up close. For anybody who's ever been to the Central Library. Look at this. I'm about to put the Church of Scientology. The occult meaning of Ishtar's Gate. See, I done been city to city decoding all this bullshit. All this bullshit. Look at this. I guarantee most people have not seen this. This is only a minute long. I'm about to play this. This is only a minute. So let me see. Let me go to my channel. Hold on. So hold on. I need more screen real estate. It's a big ass video. Hold on. I have to make the screen bigger. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. Alright. Look at this. I know you guys ain't never seen this before. Because they have it hidden. Look at that. Does that not look like two Egyptian sphinx? Stop playing. Why is this in a central library? Look at this. Look at that. Look at that. Look at this. Ridiculous. Look at that. Look at that. And look, it has every culture. So you guys may not have caught that. She has every culture. Look at that. 1934. Look at this. With the book and scepter. See, I have another video where I show the original torch. See, that's more. It's more. For some reason, they keep showing women with cosmetic products. I don't know why this is the first thing you see. It's crazy. Anyway. No, it's not 6 minutes. Here we go. Cause I know most of you guys missed this. But this is the type of stuff that's concealed right now. So other than me running my mouth, I actually have documented all this stuff. Yeah, the library, your second bedroom, absolutely. Yeah, I used to have to sleep in that library. I stayed in that library. The library kept me out the streets. It was either the streets or library. So instead of getting tangled up in the streets, that's actually how I became enlightened. Every day at that library. I was at that library damn near every day. Except when it was closed. When I was in LA. So that was really my introduction into deeper mysteries, because that occult, see, the central library has an occult library that's different than any other library. They have an occult library at the bottom floor. So, you know, I love that occult library on the 3rd floor. But let me just show you guys the torch. This is what I'm trying to show you guys. It's the torch, the original torch for the central. See, that's the current torch. So the current torch is up there. See, here's a video. So I'm going to walk through the library. So this is in LA, 5th Street. 5th Street, LA, right down there is Figueroa. So basically 5th and Figueroa. So again, I'm just zooming in on the torch. So that's, if you go there now, you're going to see that. But the original torch was completely different. And that's what I'm going to show when I actually go in there. So this is see, I was hiding the camera, because I don't know if you're allowed to record. So I had to hold the camera as if I wasn't recording, because I didn't know if it was you was able to record or not. So I was basically I did a sneak attack. And again, this is one of the videos that didn't get many views at all, because obviously people didn't understand the context. But as you see, I've been documenting all these things for quite some time. Anyway, let me speed it up. We don't have to watch this whole thing. Let me play it a little faster so we can just get to the point here. All right. Yeah, look at that shit. Again, all the occult symbolism that nobody knows nothing about. Look at this. Everybody's just lollygagging. La 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 la. Don't know nothing about nothing. Look at me. Conducting a sneak attack. Look at this. Look, the emerald color, doesn't that look emerald to you? Emerald tablets of Thoth? Anyway, we ain't even got to deal with that. So as we see, it has multiple floors. So if you go down to that third floor, look at this. I just made sure to get every. See, again, I was doing this so nobody knows that I'm recording. Because I don't think you're able to record. So this is what I'm saying. This is exclusive. I don't even think you're able to record. Because I didn't see nobody else recording the goddamn thing. You were an assassin in the crowd. Exactly. Because I'm like, oh, I don't think you're supposed to be recording. I'm doing it anyway. Look at this. Oh, okay, so I thought I got a lot more than I realized. This is what this video said. I wanted to get a lot more. I think this is where I did my first live stream. This is where I did my first live stream. I think I was talking about Machiavelli. This is the occult secrets of the Tupac album. This was where I did my very first live stream in LA. Right here on the Central Library. Talking about the occult secrets of Machiavelli. Yeah, lollygagging. Yeah, all the other people. Oh, they don't know nothing about nothing. Look at me decoding all the secrets. I'm like, look at this shit. And again, I got it sped up because I just want to show you guys one thing. I didn't realize I recorded all this. But yeah, it clearly was turned up that day. Oh, are you kidding me? Look, they running ads. They're gonna show a burning car. You think that was a coincidence that they just showed a burning fucking car? You think that's a coincidence? Look at this. Get off the goddamn screen. Alright, hold on. Hold on. I guess it was a different one, huh? Let's see. Hollywood Cross. I know I have footage of it. Oh, it may actually be in my camera. I don't know. Anyway. The Hollywood Cross, otherwise known as Osiris. The phallus of Osiris. The 4 Aeons Part 2 was the first live. Oh, fuck, you're right. Wait. No. Wait a minute. See, you're correct. See. You're correct. The first live stream was the 4 Aeons. I don't think it was Part 2. I think it was Part 1. You're right about that. So, I don't know what damn. But again, as you see, the burial place of Osiris Phallus. Anyway, you're right though. I'm like, what am I thinking? But let me get to the point. Look at this. What spirit rules over DC? So this is me in DC. What does it mean to exist in a parallel universe? I think this was on Roosevelt Island. I think this is Roosevelt Island. Look at this. Again, I'm not trying to go down memory lane here. I'm just trying to show some quick snippets here. All videos that people have completely forgot about. Yeah, Roosevelt Island. Look, I'm trying to be overly sexy. Just ignore that. That's funny, but I'm doing too much. Oh, this tickles me to my core. Anyway, Roosevelt's Island. I think I show a 360 view. So yes, I'm not showing this to show my own face. I'm trying to show a 360 view. So let's hurry up. I just want to show you. Yeah. I do. Yeah. I know I did a 360. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, that's Roosevelt Island. Yeah. I think he was standing right there. Yep. Anyway. Just letting you guys know, we've been active. What spirit rules over DC? Oh, I guess you didn't see that one, huh? I should just play the video, huh? Look at this sex magic course. Look at this. Look at this shit. So this is me actually teaching people with a goddamn board. Ridiculous. So this ain't just me walking around. This is people sitting and listening to what I got to say. So we see March 10th, 2018. This is hilarious. Look at this. Thinking I'm doing something. Look at this. It was cold as fuck that day. Cause remember, this is DC, so DC got that East Coast weather. That's you see. Look at that scarf. You see how that scarf is blowing? You know that wind is cold. That's cold winds, extra cold winds. Look at that. Anyway, just letting you guys know. Been putting that work in. Alright, let's get out of this. Anyway, what am I trying to show here? Cause now I'm just showing every goddamn thing. Anyway, to answer your question, the spirit of DC is Pombagira. I'm just gonna give you the game. Because of that nice size donation we got at the beginning, so I'm not even gonna conceal, and that's another reason why I'm showing. I'm not gonna conceal no secrets. Normally I wouldn't say nothing, but I'll tell you. Let's see, but where I'm trying to show. This is a little video I did of Times Square. I don't think I ever showed this on YouTube. I just uploaded it. You see, it only has 4 views, so this was never public. So this is Times Square. It's a little video creation I did. Yeah, so it's New York. So, as you guys see, we've been all the way from the east to the west, putting this game down. But of course, you guys already know this. So it's nothing new if you've been around long enough. But you see how packed these streets are. Look at all them taxis. Ridiculous. Whole different world. And this is New York pre-COVID. Because I know it's a completely different atmosphere now. I guess maybe not so much. I think it had just rained too, so like the steps are wet. So this is actually a rainy day, I believe. Anyway, like I said, we ain't trying to just show all this stuff for no reason. Oh, here they go. Gonna make me start all the way over, huh? You see, they're gonna make me start all the way over. Look at this. Anyway, I was gonna show you guys here. Let me see if I can pull up the live chat on that witchcraft video so you guys can see me get tormented. Well, I'll go back. Let me go to the video I was going to show you guys. Anyway, I was going to show you guys my first video ever. The first video I ever uploaded. So you see, they're giving me a hard time. The lucidity of DC. How many dimensions are you aware of? Lessons from the East. So this is what I'm saying. I've been channeling. I've been traveling this country, channeling, being a slave or submitting to the spirit of whatever particular city that I was in at the time. Let's see if I can quickly search the video. Here we go. So let me just type in witchcraft. See if I can get that live playback chat. Here we go. Oops. One second, let's see. Okay. If you on YouTube, let's see if they're gonna bring up the chat. There it is. How to go to hell. Look at the type of stuff. How to fuck. Look at this. The art of neo-shamanism. Look at this. See, I was a lot more ruthless. But again, it wasn't intentional. It was just me being authentic to the channel itself. There it is. Here, how to summon the devil. There that is. Alright. Let's see if I can see the live chat. Nope. They got this motherfucker concealed as if it didn't happen at all. Look at this. So I can't even go back and look at the live chat. Alright, anyway, we'll leave that alone there. Okay, so let me get back to it. The Illuminati in blood. Sacrifice is the secret to everything in life. How to generate sexual energy. How to perform black magic. Oh yeah, I know you guys know about that. The complete guide to manifestation. Hip-hop alchemy. We already know it. That's the classic right there. You guys should all know about that. But anyway, that's not why we're here. I want to go to the first video. Because I want you guys to see the evolution. That's why I'm showing you, so you can see how I was in my very first video. Here we go. These are the original posts right here. These are the original, the truth about drugs, yada yada yada. How watching porn leads to enlightenment. Yup. How watching porn leads to enlightenment. Yup. 7 years ago. Anyway. See, this is when I was putting out those binaural beats, or the isochronic tones. Yeah. Excuse me. I don't know how many of you guys remember those isochronic tones. And of course, you know, that's the most popular video. How to manifest instantly. Over 100K. So that was the one that popped. That's how I became who I became. It was when I put that out. Cause look at all the videos I put out before that. I guess it really wasn't that many. Cause I would see my very first video was called Picasso Consciousness, 33 Hertz. Your tones are effective. Mainstream ones tend not to work for me. There's a reason for that, because they don't know what they're doing. You see, I've studied sound. You know what I mean? I've studied sound, so everything is authentic. I need to actually start making more of these, especially, you know, now that ASMR has taken over. So this was before ASMR took over. This is before the ASMR takeover. See, that's why I kind of stopped it. Cause I'm like, all right, people want to be stimulated. It ain't enough to just have a binaural beat on. You want to feel those tingles in your brain. So you see, this channel was about binaural beats. My first 10 videos, maybe. It's not even me showing my face. I didn't show my face till How to Master Your Reality. That was the first time I showed my face on YouTube. And you see, again, if we take out the binaural beats, so I made How to Master Your Reality. There is no such thing as a devil. The secret behind the law of attraction. How to open all 7 chakras. How to end all your suffering. Easy way to understand the 7 universal laws. Introduction to astrology. Then, how to manifest instantly. So essentially, I made about 6 or 7 videos. Then, bow. So let me click on this. How to Master Your Reality. Now, I probably look crazy. I appreciate that, Dank Wizard. 1 for the heart chakra. All right. Sure. I have absolutely no problem with that. So if you guys definitely want me to make more isochronic tones, binaural beats, ASMR, let me know. Because again, it's all sound. Anything with sound I can do. See, yeah, I just showed you guys, you know, the music and all that. Of course, you know, I speak. But yeah, I can do all these things. I just didn't want to confuse people. Because, you know, I got a bunch of ASMR content. But again, I think I was confusing people when I was releasing it. Because people didn't truly understand what was going on. Okay. So we see, look at this. My very first video, look at this. Let me make it full screen. Look at this. There we go. Let me see. Maybe you guys want to hear. Sorry about that. I'm going to actually turn the sound on if you guys want to hear it. Let me turn the sound up. Let me see if you guys can hear this. Not sure why I can't hear any sound. It's all the way up. I can't hear anything. That's crazy. Wow. There's no sound. You have the perfect voice. I can do all type of stuff with my voice. But yes, I understand. I understand what you mean. It's sound. I've just studied sound. Yeah, you know, I can put people to sleep with my voice. Don't let me start whispering up here. Exactly, Prince Raziel. See, that's why you got your wrench. That's why you got your wrench. This is before Amon Nasrinu. This is before I was granted my title. This is what I had to do to earn it. So I didn't become Amon Nasrinu until after that viral video was made. Then that's when people became aware of who I was. After I made that viral video. I forgot y'all are 3 hours behind. Yes. Yep. Pacific Coast time. I don't know, it says it's 6:30 East Coast. Damn, the sun is already coming up. We still in the witching hour. See, I didn't even know. See, thanks for we're in the witching hour. Let me pause this. Because again, it's not no sound, so I don't know what's going on. I just wanted to show you guys, so let me take this off the screen. So for the witching hour, I'm going to take another shot. Why not? For all the witches that lived and died for this shit. I'll take a shot for them. All the male and female witches that put that work in. So that we can have it to this day. Alright? All the rebels. All the revolts. Everybody who was other than mainstream. Salute to those living and those who are gone. 93, 93, 93. You say it's crazy how I don't age. No, it's because I just take heed to what I be telling you guys. I be telling you guys about urine therapy, you know. So while most people is disgusted, I'm putting in that work. So I just take heed to what works. You know what I mean? Because if I didn't, then I would look older. I would look really old right now. But I can actually look younger. See, what I'm going to do, I'm going to prove it. The next time you guys see me, I'm going to look younger. All I got to do is put that work in. It ain't nothing. I guess that's just some Scorpio shit, right? Something a Scorpio would say. But you know, I should roll up a joint. Why not? You see, I got plenty of it. Yeah, let me roll something up. So that way we can finish, because I know I'm just bullshitting now. We just running our mouth at this point. I just took you guys down memory lane. But yeah, you saw where we came from. You saw where we came from. You see where we are now. So you see, I ain't doing those type of numbers now because the content got a lot. You see, the content got a lot more darker because I was living out that path. Let's see. All right, so let me roll something. So I'll roll up and get the channeling in, and then we'll check out. I think we can check out at the 6 hour mark. Why not? Another 6 hours? You see, we do this. This is what we do, right? This is what we do, right? We have to show and prove that the spirit is real. This is how we show and prove the spirit is real, because there's still people that deny. There's still people that deny. I appreciate the Cash App. Ty, I appreciate it. I'm gonna shout you out right now because I see it right now. I appreciate you. I'm gonna send a heart to you right now. I appreciate that. So I just want to let you know that I got it. I see it, and I will thank you publicly for it. So I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. See, I didn't even know. See, I just looked at the Cash App. I appreciate you so much, nonetheless. Thank you so much. All right. So let me roll up. I'm gonna roll up, and we're gonna get the final channel, and then we'll check out. And as you guys see, I have no idea what's gonna come out my mouth. There's no preconceived notion. I have to become a slave and submit to the spirit. So yes, I am a slave of spirit, not man or woman, but spirit. I just do what I'm told in that perspective. So give me 1 second. Let me grab the ingredients here. I'm not going to take too long. We just about to, let me see. Let me make a decision as to what spirit I want to bring in. What spirit? Getting crazy. What spirit should we bring in? You guys tell me. And then, so I'll listen to you guys so you guys know that it's completely authentic. So I'm not even going to make the decision for myself. So if somebody just says, call out, name a spirit, and I'll do it. Yeah. Let's get sexy, right? That's funny. Yeah. Oh man, don't report me. I appreciate everybody with the drink and or joint. I appreciate everybody locked in. Because I know you could be doing something else right now. So I appreciate you guys so much. I appreciate you guys so much. How about Behemoth? Astaroth? Saturn? So yeah, I see where you guys are going. You guys want some dark shit. I see where you guys are going with it. I see where you guys are going with it. I see where you guys, okay. I see where you guys are going with it. Y'all going straight Saturn, Behemoth, Baphomet on my ass, alright? Okay. Erzulie? Okay. Okay. Oh. The sacred harlot. I see where you're going with that too. The sacred harlot. You are sexy though. Oh man. I try to be humble though. I try to be humble. So I don't view myself as sexy. And Metatron. See, I wasn't a person that was full of myself growing up. That's how I know this path is authentic. I didn't grow up thinking I was the shit. I was all that. I had looks. I didn't grow up with that mentality. Not at all. I was the lowest. I was shy. The complete opposite. So I didn't grow up like this whatsoever. I didn't have this mentality. I had to develop it. To get on camera with my shirt off and all that. I developed that courage. That wasn't just always within me. That wasn't just like you can say a Scorpio trait or any of that. That's just some hard work. Just showing up. See, that's what the YouTube did for me. Like I just kept showing up. And that's how I got better, because I kept showing up and I kept producing content. And that's when I became more comfortable. So it took time. That's why I showed you guys my first YouTube. You don't see the confidence. The confidence wasn't there when I first laid down. It came after 1,000 videos later, 500 videos later, whenever it came. But it wasn't always there, because you would have seen it from the very beginning, but you don't see it. So I had to earn it. I had to earn the sexiness. It wasn't there. Issue. That's crazy. You seem pretty confident now. Yes, now. After the work. But I didn't grow up conceited at all. At all. Like I wasn't out here chasing women. I didn't know how to talk to girls and all that. Like that's my actual story. That's why it's so real to me. Because I'm like, I don't care about none of that now. But that ain't how I started. So it's the transformation that took place, and it's all documented, and that's what it was really about. It's really to document the journey. I think I'm one of the few YouTubers that you can actually see the growth. You can actually see the whole journey. Like, damn, this motherfucker was. That's why I wanted to play the audio. Like, look at me deliver. I'm gonna fucking damn. I don't know why I can't play the audio. I don't know why the audio didn't play. Let me see if I can bring it up on the iPad. I don't know why the audio ain't play. I just want you guys to hear how I delivered when I first came on here. It's nothing like now. But again, they ain't letting me play the audio. Let me see I'm gonna try with the iPad, but I don't know if that's gonna work or not. Give me a second. See, I don't even have the app on my iPad, so I can't do it. I don't even have the YouTube Studio app on the iPad, so I can't even access the video. So let me see if I can do it on the computer. So yeah, if I can do it on the computer, then you guys should just be able to hear it. Give me a second before I even roll up. Let me see if you guys can actually hear the audio, because I'll just play the video while I'm rolling up, so you guys can get a feel of what's going on. Yeah. Fuck around, put on the ASMR voice. Tell you about your dreams and all those astral projections you be having. Yes, I tapped to unmute it. It's like the sound just didn't want to play. It just may be the phone though, so I'm going to pull it up on the computer. And it should play. And if it doesn't play, again, there's no reason why it shouldn't play. So I'm just going to pull it up on the computer. I don't need to put the visual up. But again, I might do that. Now give me a second. Let me do it on the computer and make sure everything is good. So give me 1 second here. Yeah, so in the meantime, I should just tell you guys about my actual history in my ASMR voice. So I've always been gothic, but that's just being from the Midwest. I think everybody's kind of gothic if you're from the Midwest. So I've always been gothic, even to this day. I mostly wear black. I be blacked out. That's just my origins. That's just me keeping it true to my origins. Just keeping it all black. And I think, that's why I kind of got a little mean. You know what I mean? My eyebrows is mean. That's all. That's just gothic. My gothic origins. That don't have nothing to do with what's going on internally. Remember the affirmations. Clean. Yeah, K-L-E-E-M. Not C-L-E-A-M. K-L-E-E-M. Clean. Alright, let me see if I can pull this up. Don't make me start cussing and whisper. I'll start cussing with these whispers. Give a whole different feel. That's I actually should do that. Because you don't really hear a lot of cussing in ASMR. Of course, people cuss in ASMR. But I don't think they make it sexy. I can make sexy cuss words. Start cussing and it sound good. Good cuss words. So is it really a curse? If it's pleasurable? If I cuss and it brings pleasure, is it still a curse word? Anyway. And stream, yes. Clean and stream. Alright, let me bring this up. Or try to bring this up. Let's see. 1 second here. Okay. Let me type this in. Master. See what comes up. Master number 33. No. So. Here we go. So let's see if I can play it. Let's see if it'll work. Let's see if it'll work. Let's see. This is Prince Raziel, and today I want to talk to you about how to master your reality. In order to master your reality, you have to first master the seen realm or the physical realm, then the unseen realm or the metaphysical realm. The seen realm or the physical realm deals with cycles, beginning, a middle, and an end. Nothing in the physical realm is ever going to stay new. Everything has a time span, like a circle, a cycle. So the whole point is, if something is going out or something is dying, then you really don't want to invest your energy into that, because it's going to die, and at the end of the day, you're going to be left with nothing. But if you can understand the cycles and you see that it's a new energy wave that's coming in, then you can invest your energy into that. And the outcome will be very lucrative, because you will be there through the whole cycle instead of just the end of it, as most people are. For example, religion. Most young people nowadays are not really into religion. Most of the people that's into religion is like people a little bit older. So if you're a young person and you try to invest your energy into religion, but in today's times it's more of a spiritual, energy that's coming in, and if you're not involved in this spiritual thing, then you're not going to really know your place, because religion has been around for countless ages, and you see where we still at. Everybody's still dumbed down by it, because religion doesn't really expand you, doesn't really allow you to grow. It kind of puts you in a box. You just learn, whatever holy book or whatever, and that's it. You don't really invest no time into nothing else, really. But the spiritual energy that's coming in now, you're able to explore all things, within yourself, and with, what everybody else is doing, and you able to be open to everything and to see where you fit in, or if you don't fit in, then you can just be alone on your own path, and that's perfectly fine. Now, dealing with the unseen realm or the metaphysical realm deals with the chariot, as they say in the tarot, which represents the Cancer, because as you can see, you got the light, being, and you got the dark being, and they stand side by side. Hopefully you can see that a little better. And you got the chariot, right? The man in the chariot, and he's holding like a ball of energy, which represents the womb, or the internal self. So the whole point is to reintroduce yourself to your shadow, or the part of yourself that's been ignored or suppressed due to religion or anything else, society, or whatever the case is. Because if you don't allow your shadow or the other aspect of yourself to be free, it comes out in different ways, and they end up holding you back. For example, the whole reason we dream is because we don't express certain things during the times that we are awake, so it has to come out when we dream. And this is why people like yogis or whatever, they don't dream, because they're doing everything they want to do, and there's really no point of them dreaming, because they don't suppress themselves. So if you suppress yourself, then there's no way for you to master your reality, because you're 50% of yourself. You have no idea what you're doing, or it has a mind of its own. So you're only aware of your conscious self, but you have no idea what your unconscious self is doing. When we were kids, we were fully aware of this. That's why we had lucrative imaginations, and we were able to do whatever we wanted. And some of us, we even had imaginary friends, and we accepted them. We were open to those things. We can see auras and everything. But over time, we lost it because of programming. Like, oh, that's not real, it's not real, it's not real. But in a sense, we pretty much deny a whole aspect of ourselves, our other half, and it's just kind of trying to reintroduce itself to us through dreams. That's why dream interpretation is very important for that aspect. So again, cycles, or the physical realm, everything has a beginning, middle, and end. So if something is going out, don't try to, invest energy into it, because it's not going to do you any good. Then the unseen realm, which is your shadow side or your shadow self, reintroduces yourself to your shadow self, which can be done through meditation, contemplation, or whatever you're doing, just laying down, chanting, whatever you want to do, whatever relaxes you, and just be accepting and be open to whatever comes. Don't try to suppress anything. For those of us who are very sexual in nature, a lot of times we have to suppress that energy because we might be in a relationship or we might be in a society that looks down on that. And it just might be your path or your purpose to be able to express that sexual energy, but not necessarily just, going off everywhere, just doing whatever, in a more constructive manner, such as mastering the art of tantra, or anything in that area. So you have to be sure to not suppress yourself and to understand the cycles. If you do both of those things, over time, you can basically predict things. You can predict what's coming. You will know when to do certain things, when not to do certain things, because now you have your other half or your shadow self. And it helps you. That's why they say your greatest enemy is the enemy within, which is your shadow self. But it can also be your best friend if you allow it to. But most people don't because they suppress it. So that's all I want to talk about today. I'll get at y'all later. Peace and hotep.
Oh yeah, you guys see the videos? You see them videos? Look at them videos that pop up. You see what I be watching? Majority of those videos is ASMR. So remember, I told you guys I don't look towards YouTube for information really. I'm either watching ASMR. You see that little cartoon? That's what my little nephew watches. He watches cartoons, so he watches cartoons on my page. And then of course I stay connected with the street. So that's the King AK-47. I'll give him a shout out, no problem whatsoever. So that's essentially just staying in tune with the street happenings. Keep my street lingo proper. Anyway, let's take this screen off. Let me now show you guys what was the video? How pornography leads to enlightenment. I'm gonna show you guys that one. And of course I'm gonna spark this. Right. Just to see how crazy. Like you see, I came out the door with the madness. See, I didn't start cussing. For those who don't know, I didn't start cussing until 8 how to manifest instantly. That's why that video went viral. See, every video I made before that, I was trying to be professional and keep it clean. It wasn't until the how to manifest instantly video that I just started cussing, and that's why it went viral. Cause like, who the fuck is this? No shirt on, cussing ass motherfucker talking about high knowledge. People just didn't, because remember this is 2013, so this is 1 year to 2012. So people ain't seen that shit before. That was new. They didn't know. Again, they just was so used of people or used to people being proper with this spiritual knowledge. I was one of the first to come in with the authentic game. All right. Okay, so let me 1 second. So I'm gonna put that on just to give you guys a quick history here, just to show it. We've been at this for a very long time. Even before it was cool, nobody else was talking about that. Again, this is 2013. Nobody talking about shadow work and tantra, integrating with your shadow. This wasn't common knowledge whatsoever. Again, this is why I wanted to manifest my perspective. When wasn't too many people showing the Thoth tarot. It was all about the Rider-Waite. Anyway, let's continue. Because I don't even remember what I said in that video. But we about to find out right now. So again, we're just going through the archives just so you guys can see the growth. So you can just see how real this is. Because you can see me now. But you see, like, it was hard for me to talk and all that. Because again, I didn't come through the door with this confidence. This 500 videos, 1,000 videos later. Now I can do 6 hours live stream, 7-8 hours. That was after hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of content being made. So I had to build up. I had to earn that. Again, I had to earn the Aman Asheranu, the title. Anyway, let me go to how pornography leads. And again, I'm just the old video. So we don't need to go into like the newer ones. This is the original works.
So you see, I have essentially just built on those original concepts that I laid down years ago. But let me continue. So I'm going to go to how pornography leads to enlightenment. Again, I was just thinking about the most ridiculous titles, but trying to make sense out of it. No, that ain't it. Hold on. Enlightenment. Oh, okay, here we go. I see. Here we go. Let's see.
Peace. Today I want to talk about how watching porn leads to enlightenment. Because let's just be real, how many of us
Look
really
at
know
this.
how to have sex?
Look at this.
Where did you
Look
learn
at this.
Did you learn it from school, your parents,
What
society?
what was I thinking? What was I thinking? You see, there's absolutely no fucks given here. What was I thinking? Anyway.
Church? Nah. Because all those places say don't have sex and suppress it and wait till marriage. But it's like, okay, wait till marriage. Well, what am I supposed to do after that? You don't even know how to do it. Like, they tell you to wait till marriage or suppress it, but they never tell you how to redirect the energy, how to use the energy in a more creative fashion. They just don't do it, and nobody is happy because when you actually do it, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. You know what I mean? It's like you just there learning when you should have been knew how to do it. Like, you know what I mean? Most people have good
vibes, right? You can't tell me you don't feel those good vibes coming from this video. Stop lying.
Puberty thing, like what, 11, 12, 13. If you was, you know what I mean, learn about sex from that age on, you will be cool by the time you 18 or by the time you got married, because you done been putting in that work. But it's like nobody knows what the fuck they're doing because it's so heavily suppressed. Nobody really knows what it's about. Now, porn comes into all this as that was really the only way for us to even study sex. If it wasn't for the porn in your parents' bathroom or there under the bed or wherever the fuck they hid it, if you didn't find that, how much of an idea would you have of sex? You know what I mean? We just got to be real. Like, you have to literally go to porn to even study sex at this point because it's so suppressed. You're not going to learn it anywhere else. So people look at porn like this just negative thing, and I will say nowadays it's just like, you know what I mean, the scene pops up and they just fuck. But back in the day, like the vintage porn, like the 60s, 70s and shit, like it had like an actual movie and shit. And I feel like that's closer to like sex or tantra than it is now. But however, even now it's like, yo, you can still watch this shit to even just to have an idea of what to do. Because if you don't even have an idea of what to do, how are you supposed to do any fucking thing? You know what I mean? Your first time you're gonna be looking stupid because you don't know what the fuck to do, because nobody has been there telling you how to do this shit. You're not being taught, because like a lot of people just so uncomfortable with their sexuality that they don't even feel comfortable teaching this shit. You know what I mean? So it's like you on your own. So I mean, if your parents didn't have porn or you didn't have access to the internet, you just didn't know what the fuck to do, and you were just missing out. Because, you know what I mean, we have those urges right after puberty, so we're supposed to at least exercise that energy from then on, not wait till we're 18 like the law says, or wait till we get married or have the right boyfriend or girlfriend. It's like, yo, maybe you need to go through a couple motherfuckers before you get to the real motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Like, let's just be real. I would rather have a little tryout, then when the real deal comes, I'm already good, as opposed to like when the real deal comes, I can't even show up because I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing. You know what I mean? So when we really look at porn, look at the things that it promotes. When you look at porn, a lot of people are in shape, right? A lot of people are healthy. Like, you don't really see a bunch of fat belly motherfuckers fucking. You know what I mean? Like, that, it's not attractive. It's not gonna sell. So the only shit that's gonna sell, you gotta be athletic. You gotta know what you're doing, right? You have to have some type of skill. Like, sex is a skill. You have to practice it. You have to get better at it. And you that you have to actually do it to get better at it. You can't study it from afar. So the reason sex is so suppressed in society, and it's like, I guess anywhere, like the reason why it's so hidden is because that's where the real power is. Like there's certain people on the internet, YouTube, whatever, that know about this shit, but that they don't talk about it because they are in fear that if you know the truth, you will use it and you will actually break out of this matrix. Anybody that's not teaching about this shit is not for you. Because why would they hold this shit back? Why would they tell you about all this meditation, enlightenment, this, that, this, that, this, that, this, that, and say, well, fuck sex, don't do it. The most essential part of the whole alchemy. They tell you to just leave it alone. Just fucking sit around and meditate all day, or just fucking just be horny and don't do shit. Like that it doesn't do anything for anybody. You know what I mean? So if they not talking about this shit in a realistic fashion, don't listen to them, because like why? Like we have to be realistic. Like these motherfuckers not even in reality. These motherfuckers talking about like, well, it's okay to suppress your sexuality. It's okay to wait to marriage. It's not okay. What's okay about suppressing your sexuality and just leaving yourself just to fucking rot? Because it's like, what if you don't get married till you 45? So you done just been a virgin till you was 45? Then when you actually do get married, you don't even know what you're doing. So it's like, what joy is in that? You know what I mean? Like, I ain't telling nobody what to do. This ain't bashing nobody's religion. I'm just being realistic to the motherfuckers who know what the fuck I'm talking about. The real niggas and the real bitches. You know what I mean? Like, it's we just have to be real. Like, it ain't no time for games at this point. You have to get in tune with your sexuality. That's why I'm on the video with no shirt. Like, just to show, like, you got to be comfortable with your shit. Like, it can't be no... You can't have no timidness about you. Like, you have to be that alpha male or that alpha woman. I don't know what the fuck the word is. But you have to really be in tune with your sexuality. That's like being in tune with your intuition. Like, you know how it is to not be in tune with your intuition. So it's like, you know how it is not to be in tune with your sexuality. Like, you know how it feels to be horny and can't do shit. You know what I mean? You don't want to sit around jacking off and playing with yourself all day. Even though it works, but it's like, yo, you want to take this shit to the next level. You want to take it as high as it possibly can go, correct? So, I got a few notes, you know what I mean? We're going to read from it. And we know we're going to make this quick. We ain't about to be on this motherfucker for long. So, it's really about the orgasm. You know what I mean? I'm just going to leave it at that. Because the orgasm is about that ultimate release. That's, a lot of people have sex for the reason, just for the fucking orgasm. But it's like, yo, if you really knew what an orgasm was, you would probably take it a little bit more seriously. What an orgasm is you just releasing energy. It's the same reason why when you smoke weed or do any type of drugs, you get high. What makes you get high is you are releasing energy. You're not heavy. We absorb energy from our environment at all times. We're constantly taking in energy. So when you release, you're releasing all that built up shit out into the atmosphere. It's like, we just like trees and plants and shit. We do the same shit. It ain't no difference. Nature is us. We are nature. You see this body? This is fucking nature, right? We do the same shit. We just do it in a more unique way because we are the highest form of intelligence. So it's like, you know what I mean? You can't rely on some shit that's been out for 1,000, 10,000 years and expect it to work now. Because when you look at it, we are a whole different species. We done been through slavery, we done been through fucking the crack era, we done been through all types of just drugs just infused into our DNA. Our DNA has literally been altered at this point. We are not the same motherfuckers we was 10,000 years ago. Them niggas might be able to meditate in the mountains and chill out and be enlightened and just chill, but we can't do that. We can't just hold our sexuality back. That's why the sexual urge is so strong at this point. That's why you got bitches out here twerking and shit. You know what I mean? You got motherfuckers that's fucking on anything. Because it's not that we're just redirecting the energy in the wrong way. It's just the energy is just so powerful. It needs to come out. It's not meant to be suppressed. Now, yes, it's a better way than just fucking on any other thing. You know what I mean? Preferably, you are with a soulmate or a twin flame or whatever. But if you're not, you know what I mean? You gotta make it happen still. You know what I mean? And you know, some people talk about, you know, making the orgasm go up through the chakras and shit. Like, yo, are you really about to take time out to learn that shit? or you just about to go straight to the fucking source, like, yo, let me just be comfortable with myself, be comfortable with my sexuality, and that's how I attract other people who are comfortable with their sexuality. If you don't have a sexual partner at this point, just be more comfortable with your sexuality, and you will attract more people that are comfortable with their shit. Like, it just happens like that. If you're timid about your shit, you're gonna attract other timid people. Like, you have to emit the energy that you want back. So I mean, that's just a quick overview and shit. Like, I go a little bit more deeper into the tantra stuff later, but you know what I mean? Peace and hotel. Get at me.
Yeah. So we see. I apologize. I didn't know I was that unfiltered. I haven't watched that video. I apologize. I was more unfiltered than I even remember. God damn. This is going in. But yeah, I guess the purpose of me showing you guys that once I took off my goddamn shirt, now all of a sudden, like, well, who does this motherfucker think he is? See, when I had the shirt on, it was like, oh, okay, good knowledge, peace. Oh, let me take this motherfucker off. You know? So, even back then, before I had any in-depth understanding about anything, so obviously we see that I was still going through the chambers. Yeah, I had all that street lingo and all that down pack, sure. Had the sexuality, young 20-year-old, sure. I didn't have the understanding yet, but that was the goal. So that's why I was doing what was necessary to gather that understanding. Not just the wisdom, but also the understanding. Because you can say at that time I was wise. Sure, I wouldn't argue that. But the understanding didn't come until I was able to perform divination. What do I mean? Divination into my own subconscious. What do I mean by that? Like now, whenever I'm doing anything magical, it's subconscious. What do I mean? That's why I asked you guys to pick the deity for me. Instead of me just using my own conscious mind, okay, I want to work with this spirit or that spirit, this element or that element. I could have very well did so. No problem. But if I ask, okay, yeah, well, I know, okay, that's subconscious. Because I have to surrender. I have to submit. So whatever is said, then I have to pull on that energy and then adapt. So the experience itself, again, is not based on my own conscious efforts. The subconscious is in operation at the same time. So essentially, at this point, how I know what spirits to work with or not work with, I get a tingly sensation in my body similar to ASMR. That's how I know ASMR is a lot deeper than most people realize. But we don't even have to get into that. But this is essentially how I know what to do and what not to do when it comes to the magical world. What energy is powerful, what energy is not. Because I know if it's powerful, it's going to give me a reaction that I can actually physically feel. It's not to the point of, do I think I feel something? Or maybe I do. You know, it's my body is going to start. It's undeniable. It's like, it's not even in my control. So if I stumble upon something that I need to take an interest on, then it's like it's something I'm gonna have a physical reaction. Like, yo, slow up. You know, let's analyze what's going on here. That's how it is at this point. But I had to get to that level of trusting my subconscious mind. because I didn't always trust it as we all have, not always trusted our subconscious at times. It is something that has to be developed over time. Once you have an understanding that the subconscious is actually speaking the right things to you, which takes experience, and then you get the results. So at that point, the conscious and the subconscious are now merged together, which represents the idea of Vav, the Hebrew letter Vav, or the Hierophant, being the bridge between the conscious mind and the subconscious mind. Right? So that's what the idea of the Hierophant represents. The idea of being the bridge between the conscious and the subconscious, because we are already that. It's just for us to place our awareness on that. And once we place our awareness on that, by the way, the spirit that I picked was Erzulie, out of the listed deities. So you guys know now. And of course, I already did the ritual while I had the video playing, so I'm already entered into the abyss. The message then becomes, this is why it's important to document. You must document. You must document. Let's see, do they tell you? Yes. So if I look at my notes here, I have a total of 1,443 notes in my phone right now. Because every time I work with a spirit, I'm documenting. Just in case you think I'm lying, here we go. Watch how long it's going to take to get to the bottom. All this is notes. So almost 1,500 notes. And I'm showing the evidence, so I don't know how many stacks of books that would be if I was writing on actual paper. Look, it's still going. I do this because of the importance of documentation. You need this to remember the experience. There may be important information that is revealed to you that may not necessarily be useful at that current moment. It comes in the future. Look at this, it's still going. Look at this. So I just want to show you guys all this evidence I have. I'm just showing my evidence, essentially, whether I'm showing you literature, scholarship, my own personal notes, my own personal drawings. I'm just showing you this is just what I'm doing. Because once I show you the evidence, it's up to you whether you believe or not. I dare you to find anyone else with 1,400 notes of spiritual information in their phone that they wrote personally. It's still going. Look at that. Because we are scribes. If we're able to write our reality And we did. If we believe in destiny, if you believe in the idea of destiny, that means you have handwritten your life. Alright, that's the bottom. If you believe in destiny, that means you had a part to play in that. That is your signature. So if that is our signature, no one else's. Again, we're not talking about the idea of a higher being here. Because it's still your signature. You had to give the final okay. Again, if we believe in destiny. Because of course everyone doesn't believe in destiny. But if we were to believe in destiny, that means you scribed your own life. So if you scribed your own life, and the sage is getting crazy. If you scribed your own life, sorry, I got taken aback by the smoke. I wasn't expecting that. I'll put it this way. It's not even really about taking notes. That's just an external thing. So I don't want you guys to get stuck on the external thing. What we really want to focus on is the internal mechanism. Right, so I don't want to get you guys lost. You may not be a person that cares to be that detail oriented. So this is just the external manifestation. So what is the internal mechanism that we must pay attention to then? Our relationship with spirit. Let me define spirit. Because maybe it'll be easier to understand. Because I don't want to use, I'm really getting tired of these terms, if I want to be honest. Me sounding like anyone else, I don't like using these same terms, so let me go a bit further. Instead of spirit or ancestor, we understand the inner mechanisms of ether as light travels through ether. So spirit can be nothing other than light, as we know, but not visible light. It is invisible light, so it's not just the invisibility of space. It is that invisible light, or those dark waves that are not detected by the human eye. Remember, we can only hear a certain amount of range. We can only see only a certain range of colors, from ultraviolet to ultra red. Then we can only hear from 20 hertz to basically 20,000 hertz, or kilohertz at that point. It becomes kilohertz. So we have a limited range of hearing and sight. And this also goes for our other senses. Limited taste, limited touch, so on and so forth. So spirit would then exist outside of those limitations. So because spirit exists outside of those limitations, what is our connection to spirit or the dark waves? Because the dark waves penetrate all things. That's what ether is. And ether has the ability to penetrate all things. Physical matter cannot stop ether, which is different than air. It is a liken to what we would call chi, of course, or Kia, as we know, for those who've been listening, Kia. So if we put it in those terms of Kia, and we understand that we already broke down that science of chaos, in the Kia being connected with consciousness, so that would mean our relationship with spirit is that of consciousness, which cannot really be explained from a physical perspective of the brain. So now we have to go beyond the brain. Because once you go beyond the brain, you have to enter into consciousness. And it is through consciousness that we are able to have interactions with what we consider spirit or dark waves. So the dark waves can influence your consciousness. So because the dark waves influence your consciousness, our job as magicians, mages, witches, all of these titles, is to manipulate spirit. In order to manipulate spirit, we must manipulate our consciousness. In order to manipulate our consciousness, we have to tap into the gray matter in the brain, which we know is not stimulated by anything physical. Physical stimulation does not trigger the gray matter in your brain. Spiritual experience do, actually. Or whenever we make a spiritual effort towards spirituality, any step towards spirituality, which is just, when I say spirituality, I mean the universality of all religion. Because we know on the mainstream everything is divided and separated. But at the core of them all, they're all connected. So the divide is just on the surface. Once you dig beneath the surface, they're all connected. They're all saying the same thing. So essentially, how can you hate anybody? Well, you know, like everybody is saying the same thing, just different. Everybody is seeking the same goal, just different. Different names, different titles, different cities, states. So the purpose of to being spiritual or spirituality is to seek the universality of all religions and ways of thought, all philosophies. Excuse me. You're figuring out what connects them, not what divides them. Because once you understand what connects them, you no longer care about what divides them. It doesn't even have relevance at that point. Hence, when you find the connection between Gnosticism, Sufism, and Kabbalah, you no longer care about the differences. You see it as one thing. It is add-ons to the same central system. Which then makes perfect sense as to why the world is considered a school. What are we learning here? We're supposed to be learning how everything is one, how everything is connected, not how everything is divided. That those differences are only on the surface, as everyone has the potential to seek spirituality. Every soul has that potential. And those who decide to seek that potential have to do so through consciousness. Gray matter. And gray matter is all about that middle path, the gray path. So not the black path, not the white path, not the black magic, not the white magic. See, most people get stuck there. You're either going this way or that way. But once you see that both of those are actually illusions, there is neither a white or a black path, white magic, black magic. It is only gray magic. That is the only true thing. Those dualists, and again, if we remember the lesson on chaos, we understand how the mind divides. But that is only an illusion. So we spoke about this in the Secrets of Chaos video. How the mind divides. And that is just the nature of it to divide. But that is the mind doing that. That is not its actual nature. So we must get past the mind. Because it is the mind that wants to divide. It is the nature of the mind. Once we understand that that's how the mind works, then we understand that, oh, okay, this is my mind doing it. But we are not the mind, we are consciousness. So because we are consciousness, we understand how to differentiate between separation and oneness. We understand the purpose of separation. We understand why things have to be divided. We understand why there has to be a black and a white. We understand why that will always be there as a figure. But again, we seek the gray. Again, that's that which is completely invisible to most people. Most people, you're either over here or over there. You're either Democrat or a Republican. You're either this or you're that. You're either red or you blue. Right, you're either right wing or left wing. Right? Very rarely do we consider the third path, which is neither of the first two. However, the elements have been merged, but it is a brand new creation. This is why we're in Sagittarius season, and why we see the woman cooking, the woman who is dualistic, the dual woman cooking in the cauldron. You guys, man, if you guys don't know, I'll pull up the card. So yeah, I didn't plan on grabbing a tarot deck, so otherwise it would have been an arm's length. But I just want to illustrate this for those who may not understand what I'm saying here. So let me find the art card. Here we are. So we see the woman split into two dimensions. I'm gonna just whisper from this point on. I'm just gonna fucking whisper. We see the woman split into two halves, but she is merging or creating a third path. She is taking components from both paths, mixing into a third, which will be a new creation in and of itself. And because it is a new creation in and of seeing beyond the illusion, which does nothing but power the matrix. And once we continue to power the matrix, it takes away the spiritual currency that we otherwise could be generating and directing towards a different purpose. Hence, dreams, magic, and all of the such dealings within the chaos. But what takes us away from the chaos is the dualism that is created. This keeps us locked into the physical plane because we're always in the middle, trying to decide which way is right. And if we are on the right, do we make the right decision? If we're on the left, do we make the right decision? Essentially, we will be unfulfilled because neither side has full power. It's divided 50-50. So how could there be peace? Do we truly think Democrats and Republicans will ever get along? Do we truly think that certain ideas, people are just going to let them die? Or are they going to fight for their lives to uphold it? Remember, there's a third path, a third idea to consider. If we consider the third path, the other two dissolve. The third way and of course the number 3 is Jupiter, who is the ruler of Sagittarius. So to better understand Sagittarius, which represents a state of consciousness, we must go into Jupiter, which represents a force of nature. The card of fortune is the 10th major trump, which is why we see 10 spokes on this wheel. So we have a wheel of fortune. So to better understand the idea of Jupiter, we must understand the law of fortune. The law of fortune represents our destiny being spent by our own hand. We are spinning the wheel of our own destiny. Remember, this is what we just as you are falling, you are beginning a new ascension. Your fall represents a new ascension because that period was done, that time frame was done.